can't beat us, join us, please bring your coinage. We sing 3-pointers, money shots, all net, all vets. Bumps we not, jet skiing in them sunny spots. With women edible like gummy drops. Dummy stop, dummy stop. No weapon form can intercept a storm. Once my intellect is on, I'm projecting on magnetic fields and interact with blacks with athletic bills. I'm all about growth and development like residents of Ebbets Fields. Not to choose between woo and chew. We wanna line them colors up like a Rubik's Cube and fade to black, yeah, the truest hue. When you say the black man is God, who you alluded to? The usual, Clarence 13X, a worthy guest. The words expressed come from the word in flesh. Elijah M, the NOI versus Leviathan. Messiah sent from the heavenly branches. 7 P's from since G-Dub cut down the cherry tree. In the wilderness of North Amex, and we flossing death and forced aggression, or forced perception, forced protection, or forced confessions. It's all a lesson.
The sorcerers from Corsica, killer tonics, sticks and drums like the Philharmonic Orchestra. You niggas still playing harmonicas from officers, fabric softener. Jive turkeys popping 5 perkies, playing with keys, the Scotch storage type. For that soft white, we could've caught life, just being forthright. First class on my 4th flight, popping out like Fortnite. Every night we lit like Porsche lights. The meek shall inherit the earth, oh yeah, the scorched type. And these niggas, they some hoes in these streets. Me, I'm 10 toes in these streets. They lost their souls, niggas got holes in their feet. Shit, I'm just worried about the craft and how to perfect it. Not worried about the craft, yeah, that's out of perspectives. Focus on the chip like I'm Robert Kraft, and then how to protect it. It's the waves of the oceans. Get to the money, nigga, save your emotion. Descended of the slaves in the graves in the oceans. Mastermind that the waves is in motions. These niggas, they addicted to the folly, addicted to that molly. Making me a movie, them sticks made of holly. I'm Dr. Manhattan, sitting on top of Manhattan. When I get all 5 rings, snap my fingers and pop up on satin. Dressed in all black, yeah, drop top the Phantom. Bless.
TV.
Peace to the family. Peace to you and yours. Peace to you and yours. Peace to you and yours. Welcome, 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 family. This is a special episode of KTL. I know that we promised you guys that we are going to premiere our exclusive Dr. Ross Ben lecture. I'm about to say Dr. Ben. Our exclusive Ross Ben lecture from December when he did the 2026 predictions and whatnot. So without any further ado, we are going to present that on this platform. Brother Ahku is one of the guests in the video. And on Thursday, that is in 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, on Third Eye Thursdays, we are going to have Aku and Ross Ben in the building for a special broadcast. All right, check it out. Yes, a once in a lifetime treat for the family. Once in a lifetime treat for the family. We are going to be bringing the good brother Ross Ben and Aku, the Cosmo physician, on the platform. They will be in the building. So definitely tune in for that. All right. And also on Saturday, August 29th, we will be hosting our good brother Ross Ben in New York City, Brooklyn to be exact. Nicholas Bookstore in Brooklyn. We're going to be hosting the good brother Ross Ben, and we'll be doing a lecture. All right. This lecture is entitled The 2026 Prediction Market from Jason to Janice. All right. From Jason to Janice. We also going to have people opening up. It is going to be the place to be. We're going to have vendors in the building. We are going to be celebrating our good brother Ras Ben. We also going to be celebrating the release of our newest musical project, Voltron. Brother Cambada will be in the building. We're going to have hard copy CDs, and we will have merch on deck. Real quick, let me just show you what that looks like. You know what I'm saying? If anybody received their hard copy CD in the mail, drop an emoji in the chat. Yeah, drop an emoji in the chat because the hard copies are landing and whatnot, like the Third Eye Atlas. People are reporting that they're getting them. I mean, if you don't got a CD player in the Whippington, I suggest that you go ahead and you get you a CD player. Why? Because you don't know what first and foremost, you want to own your music again. You own nothing with the streaming services. You own nothing. If they decide to go out of business, then all of that is taken away. There's a case right now with PBS, right? PBS, Reading Rainbow, Sesame Street. PBS lost 70 terabytes. 70 terabytes. I don't know if you know how much footage that is. That's a hell of a lot of footage. They lost 70 terabytes because the company that had all of their information on a server just magically went out of business. This happened in the beginning of the year with Blog Talk Radio, where a plethora of shows, a plethora of footage, a plethora, an archive of mad shows got erased off of Blog Talk Radio. I'm talking about decades worth of work just got poof out of here. No trace. All right. But yeah, check this out.
Oh shit, son. Look what the hell he came in the melly. You feel me? Not one but two. But that's how we do. Right? Let's go. Alright, Woo. Right now, gang. Right now. It's time. Track 12? Let's do track 12. Oh, fuck it. Why not? Because track 12 been going home.
To this day!
Right?
To this day!
Woo!
We the collectors of the art, the thinkers, the doers, the knowers, the architectures of the art. Triple dark moon protectors of the hearts. Triple dark mega yachts, 444 megawatts. Firm biz, nature, Foxy, AZ, Don, Escobar, moving megatons, mega bucks. 444 megatrons, they call mega bucks.
Look, she got the CD next to the Wu-Tang, next to the 36 Chambers, a classic. You know what I'm talking about? I'm honored. But yeah, them hard copies are waiting for you. Make sure y'all go ahead and grab that. We will have those on deck when we are in New York. We will be signing the CDs, putting our John Hancock on them. We will be signing the CDs, which makes that a collector's item. So we're about to play this video. It's about 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? If you're not able to watch the whole 3 hours, come back and watch the replay. But I'm going to be doing more of this. I'm going to be uploading exclusive lectures that we've been doing, and I'm going to be playing it on the channel just to give people some information and some data that you could utilize, that you can apply, kinetic knowledge and whatnot. I don't want to gatekeep anything. I don't want to keep the information from the people, because y'all deserve it and whatnot, especially those that are out there doing something with it. So without any further ado, we bring to you the Winter Solstice featuring Ras Ben with the guest appearance by Ahku. All right, let's get it.
OGs, the legend is in the building, all the way from Philadelphia, even with B-Dell telling us about travel restrictions through holiday traffic, right? He did a lecture yesterday in Philadelphia, right? And then right after that, he was on a plane and he's with us in the wonderful, beautiful state of ATL at Spin City's headquarters. How do you like it here, my good brother?
It's much warmer.
Yes.
About 30 degrees warmer.
About 30 degrees warmer, huh?
Yeah.
All right, no doubt.
And it's good people, good vibes. So I'm thankful.
We so grateful to have you.
Yeah.
We might send a ransom note to your people. Might hold on to you for about a week or so. You know what I mean?
All right.
Send the bill money in the envelope. Be like, we on the mounds with the guard. So thank you for showing up, and I look forward to I got a sneak peek at your presentation, and man. I'm here to let y'all know y'all are in for a treat. Make sure you have your pens and pads on deck, but also there's a method that I am utilizing that I want to share with y'all. It's called the 5 fingers of death. And when I say death, I don't mean death. I mean death, like going deep. 5 fingers of death. And that is opening up Grok, which is Twitter X, Grok 4. This is for everybody in the building as well, because this is the AI research, which is going to yield a more fruitful return than the Google research, right? So Grok 4, Claude, Opus 4, Gemini 3.3, ChatGPT 5.2, right? And then GenSpark. Those are the 5 that you will go deep dive in, or Perplexity, right? All of them have free plans. This is where you go and do your research when the information is being dropped and whatnot. This is where you go to do your research, and you'll be, you'll get a lot more out of what you're getting from these master teachers. So without any further ado, my good brother, I want to turn the camera to our other special guest, the other legend. Both of these brothers are KTL All-Stars, by the way, BTW, meaning that they've been riding with this platform since the days of Blog Talk. Not YouTube. Not YouTube. Before YouTube even existed, we were working together, doing the same thing that we're doing right now. Would y'all say at a higher pace? Yeah. At a higher pace, you know what I mean? Respectfully. And now we're here at the beautiful calendar year of 2025, post Third Eye Atlas. We're in a new timeline. And I am so pleasantly pleased to have the legend in the building, none other than our good brother. You know what I'm talking about? The brother from another, Ahku, aka the Cosmo Physician. Let's clap it up. Physician. Cosmo. Wrap it up, y'all. Wrap it up. Okay. Thank you. How do you?
I appreciate that from everybody here.
Yes.
Because I was a cornball at the age of 14 trying to learn this. All my friends looked at me as a cornball. Man, you want to be a wizard, you want to be a magic.
Right.
Now they can't leave my phone number alone. Okay. So, but anyway, I appreciate that I'm in the midst of a crowd of people who appreciate me. That are fine.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with it.
Well, you're no longer a cornball.
Nope. I'm the coolest thing in the gang now.
You're the coolest thing in the gang. You cool in the gang. I'm very proud of you. We've both come a long way.
Yeah.
I was extremely rough around the edges when we first met.
I'm still rough around the edges.
I'm still rough myself. But I would like to say the steel sharpens steel. So being in the presence of masters such as yourself actually forced me to refine myself and to sharpen my sword and to be more serious. As I seen how y'all were serious about your craft, it made me want to become a craftsman. So I'm just honored to be in the presence of 2 of my teachers. And we're gonna have a great session tonight. Do you just want to get a historic build and whatnot? You feel me? So much are gonna be talked about. We're gonna meet vendors tonight, right? So we're gonna have a new approach because of this new age that we're living in, right? The new approach is that we're going to quote unquote do online shopping with our in-house businesses because we're inside of Spin City headquarters, which is a marketplace, right? Let them see you spin.
There you go.
It's all good.
You feel me? So, what's going on to the family, man? Peace to you and yours, man. We definitely in Spin City HQ, man. I got some real big Giants. Man, I'm grateful, man. The Giants came and chose my house in Atlanta, Georgia to get busy with y'all. So, y'all stay busy. Y'all stay productive. Hey, look, I've been trying to cook my OG with all kind of, I said, I'm in control of my timeline. I said, Spin, no, you not. I said, damn, OG. Yeah. Every time I turn around, I want to do this thing. He says, Spin, your ass lying like him. Y'all pay attention. Y'all stay lit, man. Peace to my OGs, man. I love these folks, man.
Ahku session. Classic. I had to go live on YouTube.
They missed the whole thing. I'm like, look, OG. I said, OG, free will. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Man, live out the journey, man, and get it done, man. Peace to you and yours, man. Spin.
That's right. Shout out to Spin. We're going to give his information later on for anybody that's inquiring about renting out this event space, Spin City headquarters and whatnot, which is available for the family that's out there to do things like weekend retreats. You could do showers. You could do quote unquote meetups. You could do networking events. You could do content here. There's a lot of things, but we have some powerful businesses in the building. We're going to have a halftime and you're going to be able to shop with them. We're doing mobile shopping. We're not window shopping, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa. You know what I mean? We want to spread love the way that we spread love. This is a new format that we're doing to whereas we're going to be bringing everything like the marketplace, the information and the people to the people. So this online experience could become a little more personal. Usually I'm in my room. I got my green screen on, but now there's a live studio audience. You feel me? We got family in the building. You know, people are in rooms. There's children here. It's lovely. It's a home environment. You dig what I'm saying? But nobody could tell us when to go home. Nobody could tell us, you know, there's things that we are in control of. And we're on 13 acres of sovereign land. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want both of these special guests to just give the family a brief breakdown, a synopsis as to what it is that they'll be receiving today.
Yes, sir. Love, honor, and respect. Salute on this solstice. I would usually do like an annual vision or annual forecast by reviewing the year prior, right?
Yes.
But I'm not going to do a review this year. Why? 3-Eye Atlas. I feel the timing of 3-Eye Atlas's arrival at the dawn of 2026 is a part of this upcoming year.
Right.
And so I want to build on 3-Eye Atlas a little bit. And what I've observed is there's a lot of information on the outer net on 3-Eye Atlas, right?
Can you explain what the outer net is?
Internet.
Okay. You know, right.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of that information out there. And you can push a button and get all the stats on it you want, right?
That's right. That's what the AI is doing now.
Yeah.
All the stats. It'll give you the stats.
But
the ancestral intelligence, the channeling, the
and
download,
the astrology,
and the astrology of it.
All right. You even said how we're on a new timeline, right?
Yes, we are.
With 3-Eye Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
One thing 3-Eye Atlas has done for me is it's open. I felt astrology as a science, Western astrology at least, was very limited.
Right.
It was confined within our solar system.
Yes.
Right? You know, and Pluto, like
with
we
them
just studying that, right?
Right.
But 3-Eye Atlas has shown us like, wow, we're in the cosmos, we're in the galaxy. Right. How does all that fit in?
It got people interested in interstellar. They didn't even know what intergalactic and interstellar was. They didn't even know why it was the third interstellar object, and they say, what the hell is that?
Exactly.
They thought it was the movie.
Exactly.
But because of the movie, it primed them to get a better understanding of what an actual interstellar object is.
Yeah.
And coincidentally enough, the movie Interstellar comes out, and then we're introduced to 3 interstellar objects, and this has never been recorded before. There's never been a recorded interstellar. So 3I is third interstellar, and then they name it coincidentally Atlas.
Right.
And Atlas in Greek mythology did what?
Hold the world up.
He holds the world on his shoulders. And Atlas is the one who stopped Prometheus. It was Atlas who stopped Prometheus and Radamounts Zeus.
Yeah.
But Prometheus is AI. Prometheus is Antichrist. Prometheus is whatever is awakening that an Atlas would have to come and stop it.
Yeah.
That's what the Prometheus, and all of the scientists on the cover of the Times, all of them are in the same type of Promethean myth. To whereas their job is to give rise to this new life form or this new entity. They call it on the internet. There's this thing going on where they're calling it an H.P. Lovecraft figure called the Shoggoth. The Shoggoth, goth like gothic, but the Shoggoth, which is like a blob, is a homunculus, right? They say that's the internet. That's what AI is, and the mask that it wears when you train it would be GPT, Gemini. It's trained to be nice. It's trained to give the humans what they want, but it's an entity. It's actually it's a real entity. So they're saying that Atlas might be coming to address that.
Yeah, because just to close my thought.
Yes, sir.
I see 3I Atlas opening the door for galactic astrology.
Galactic astrology. Facts.
Cosmic astrology.
Facts.
So I want to talk about that a little because I know I'm with the cosmo position.
That's right.
Right.
Only right. That's the bridge.
Yeah. So
and you missed the Star Nation. You got the Star Nation with you.
I ain't gonna build on the Star Nation too much today.
No, what I would say is anything dealing with the Star Nation has to correlate with the Third Eye Atlas, in my humble opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think so.
All right.
I would think that's more of a grand event to even them. So, my good brother Ahku, come up front and center, please, on this chair. This yours? No good. That's yours. Come on. Right here, my good brother. And when we do the Q&A, we're gonna go and do the couch. So both of y'all will be on this couch right here, and then we'll have the audience, the live audience, and we'll have the audience, the KT aliens that are out there, be able to pose questions. So let me get some love, man. The old jizzle. All right, Scorpion King himself, Ahku. Also, disclaimer. Yeah. If you got this on a Bluetooth speaker, if the little ones are up, just know that I
got a foul mouth.
It's so many words. You know what I'm talking about? So yeah, on the winter solstice, we're gonna be on some winter shit. This is definitely gonna be this is not Disney on Ice. This is the winter solstice strong end, and we are here with a 60-year-old, a 50-year-old. You know, I'm on my Richard Gregory shit anyway. You know what I'm talking about? Like I'm starting to just be very I'm letting it fly. You know what I mean? But with that being said, with that disclaimer out the way. Ra, our motherfucking coup, the Cosmo physician. How you doing, my brother? How are you managing, first off, in this reality?
I'm managing well, girl. I'm well as long as my children are well. I became a father 8 years ago. And since then, my religion is being a dad.
Welcome to the club. I feel the same way. 18 years ago, my religion changed. I was a monolithic worshiper. I was worshiping myself. And then my little one
that ain't changed.
That definitely ain't changed. But now I get to worship, with a group of children and whatnot. So 3 children later, my purpose has definitely been redefined. I feel the same way. as long as I could make them happy and as long as the option of them being happy, because they'll choose if they want to be happy or not. These kids these days, they be like, nah, I want to be emo today. So that's a choice. But as long as I can make that happen, then life is great. It's to me, that's success. I don't know. I don't want that. I don't know what else to define it by. You feel me? It's not a monetary value. It's really just, being able to create something and sustain it.
Yeah, that's the challenge, man. I made these children, and as long as as long as you can keep them happy, that's not my primary concern. I need to keep them fed and learning.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They'll decide what they're going to do with their happiness. Yeah. You dig? My job at this point, to keep them fed and to keep them well informed.
That's a fact.
So
let us know, my good brother, what do we have to look forward to in your presentation tonight? The family is very eager to hear from you. It's been a while since we've been over here on this platform, since we've been privy to your knowledge.
All right, well, let me do some explanating. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'm not going to deal with the year 1926 in my. I did that on 360 Empire.
Not 1920.
Yeah. 2026, right?
Excellent show that you did too. Excellent show.
I already did 2026, my version of that. What I wanted to discuss was the current sky right now and where it's going. I got up onto 2 ideologies this month that have gotten my head whirling. Okay. One of them came from you. Was retro causality. All right.
Right.
We've been looking at this in cosmophysics. We just didn't know that there was a name for it out already.
Right. Once I found that name, I used the first person I called.
Retro causality.
Retro causality, man.
I ran to the God.
A couple years ago, we had started this new group on Facebook, and we were studying eclipses.
Yes.
And this was around the time that the police killed that girl through the window.
Through the window, massive.
And killed that other guy.
Oh, Breonna Taylor. Aubrey.
And the other one was a guy.
Ahmaud Aubrey.
They got killed, right. Both of them were born on the same day, y'all.
What you mean?
They were born on the same day and year, just hours apart from each other.
Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Aubrey were born.
I'm not sure if his name is Ahmaud Aubrey. Now, the police were chasing him.
Oh.
And they Scott? I don't remember the name. Okay. I remember the cases.
Right.
Okay?
The cases.
So the police shot the girl through the window on the safety check. Right. And the other one, they stopped this guy, but he ran. And they chased him.
Chased him and shot him down.
Yeah, and shot him down. Okay. And he was unarmed. Okay. Now, both he and Breonna were born on the same day.
Wow.
So we were in this group on Facebook discussing that phenomenon.
Right.
And somebody said to me, well, they weren't born in the same city, and it's highly unlikely that they were born at the same time. So the whole group on Facebook was involved in the conversation. There's like 30 people involved.
Right.
But only 2 people there were my students. Right. So, but I gave the assignment to everyone. I said, well, they're both born on the same day, different cities, different times of day. So we're not dealing with the same chart, even though the planets are going to be highly similar. Right. I said, but both of them being born on the same day were born under the same eclipse. So you can use that eclipse that occurred right before their birth.
Right.
To see the shared destiny that they had. They both got killed by the police.
Right.
But at different times. So if you wanted to consolidate that karma, you can do it by looking at the eclipse. Well, one of my students took it a little further and they applied the principle of progressions to the eclipse.
Okay.
And another of my students went way back in time and found the root eclipse and used that. Well, both of my students, Sopdet Ties and Mo Heezy, both of them discovered something that day. Okay. The Sopdet Ties discovered that we can use a chart from 1,200 years ago to read your ass today.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, because she said, okay, I looked at their mother eclipse. I mean, I looked at their common eclipse.
Right.
Because they were both born on the same day. There was eclipse before them.
Right.
In the month before them. So she went and found the mother eclipse of this eclipse series.
Wow.
And she used it. She did the same thing with Malcolm X. She did the same thing with Martin Luther King. She did the same thing with a whole bunch of prominent figures so that we could see, is it really telling or was it just her? She wanted to see.
Right.
So when she brought it to me, she brought me Malcolm X's chart and said, look, I've been looking at this and shit appears to work, but I might be deluding myself. So I want you to look at it.
Right.
And see. So I did. I looked at it. I made a minor change to what she had done.
Okay.
Because she put the eclipse together like this. I put it together like that.
Okay, you lined it up.
Yeah, I lined it up to a perfection, to a perfectitude. I mean, an exactitude.
Right.
And she said, well, I didn't do that. I said, yeah, but you brought it close enough. It's within 30, that's within 30 seconds. And what I had done wasn't 30 seconds different than what she had done.
Right.
So I said, I just needed to be perfect to see if it really works. It needs to be the work when it's perfect.
When it's perfect. Right.
So we put that technique and observation against the events in Malcolm X's chart, and it appeared to both of us, we agreed, that the 1,300-year-old chart that is the mother eclipse for the eclipse that Malcolm X was born on was sufficient. And I was like, yeah, that ain't good enough for me. I need to do it to myself.
Right.
So I did it to myself. I did it for the birth of my daughter and the birth of my son. And it gives perfect indications. My wife is a Capricorn, right?
Right.
I look at my children as gifts given to me from her.
Right.
Because she gave me my son. She gave me my daughter. Right. So when my eclipse chart is October 10th, 991 AD. That's 991 AD, October 10th. Okay, that's my eclipse chart.
Right.
Well, I progressed that chart to the birth of my son, and it puts Venus on the IC perfectly. The IC is typical of Cancer. My son is a Cancer. My daughter was born under Capricorn. When I progressed that 1,200, 1,300-year-old chart,
right,
to the event with my daughter, it puts Venus on the midheaven. See, angular. So, see, predictive astrologers know angular planets are straight hits. It's bullet in your face hit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not a miss.
And when you say angular, you mean like midheaven?
Yes, sir. Midheaven or ascendant, descendant, or descendant.
Yes.
These places are the most telling. Okay, when you're looking at the chart, you're looking at a progression. Mars across the 12th cusp is like an argument across the street.
Right.
You still see the conflict, but you're not a part of it. Okay. Mars at the ascendant, you're one of the combatants. Mars on the 4th cusp is happening in your neighborhood, it's happening in your immediate vicinity, but doesn't necessarily involve you. Mars at the midheaven, you're directly involved. So the Mars on the descendant, this involves your partner or someone who you have a close connection to in your life. See, it even tells people around you. You see? So when planets move over the angle, these are highly significant motions. Planets that move over the succedent places or the lesser, stronger places don't necessarily manifest as physical events.
Right.
They can manifest as a thought process.
Right.
You know, I'm sitting here thinking about the fact that I ain't got no root. It ain't that I ain't got no root.
Right.
But I'm sitting up here entertaining that thought.
Contemplating it.
Right, that would be Venus on the 12th cup. But Venus at the ascendant is somebody coming to me, yo, let's make this money. So this eclipse progress put my children on angles. That is very important for predictive astrology. So we looked at the lives of other people, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, just to make sure that it wasn't just me. You know, I could use this for my chart. Can I use it for you? Can I use it on your chart? Can I use it on your chart? So once we discovered that we can use this across the board, it opened my mind up to a whole new ideology. Because if I can use a chart from 1,200 years ago to tell you what you're going to do next week, man, this is phenomenal shit.
That's phenomenal.
Okay?
That's crazy.
So that wasn't the end of it, all right? So, my students, when they graduate, they don't go away. They're still in contact with me. They're still calling me. Yeah, and they're telling me about their experiments they're performing and the successes that they've had with the science. So I'm talking to one of my students now. He graduated and he actually.
Matter of fact, we got to get this thing going. This is your segment. We're gonna let that fly when your segment. As Matt, do you mind? Please. Do you want to just? This is the segment.
I don't mind. I don't have to go first or last.
No, this is it. This is it now.
Okay, I'm going.
Well,
I already thought that, really.
Huh?
I already thought that. I thought I was in my segment already.
No, you are in your segment now. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Ahku. Clap it up, y'all. Clap it up. Clap it up. Right? Yeah, let me let you go. Do your thing, my brother.
All right. So let me pick up where I left off. Okay. So once I saw that a chart from 1,200 years ago can give us pertinent information about the present as well as the past or the future. Okay. Right. This opens up
time is
it opens up your mind. Yeah, it opens up your mind to a whole new potential field of experience, because I had not realized before that I was going to be able to use a chart from 1,300 years ago. One of my students, South Dead Ties, woke me up to that. Okay. Now another student of mine, his name is Mo Easy. I call him Mo Easy, right? And he doesn't want to be that popular, so I'm only going to say that, right? So I take this to him. I say, yo, man, South Debt discovered something and it's really working, and I want you to use it too, so that we can build on it and increase on how it's used. To create a technique that works in astrology is monumental for every astrologer. Just like if you're a computer writer and you discover a new way to blow up the internet, okay? So this is what we try to do in celestial science, right? So I show it to Mo, and I'm trying to motivate him to be more involved in the research that we're doing, because, some students come and learn and they stay within the bounds of the curricula. Other students start experimenting with other shit. So, it's just like any other academic field. Some people are going to take it to the next level. Some people are going to stay within the boundaries of what they learn, right? So I'm trying to motivate my dude, Mo, to get into to be more interactive with us on the research tip, and he's like, man, I don't need to do all that. Like, I'm working with this here, and I'm satisfied with what I got. And I understood where he was at, because I stayed with a formula from the age of 18 all the way to the age of 27 and refused to use anything else until I got it down pat. So that's where he's at. But I told him, I said, look, man, this shit is getting really diverse. And I told him about the eclipse, the mother eclipse cycle that South Debt discovered. And he said, well, I'm going to do something different. He said, we also use Saros charts, Saros series. Okay, y'all can look that up. SAROS. It's a period of 6,585.3 days. Okay, so every time an eclipse occurs, it has its generational indications and its populational public indications, right? So, and we were using eclipse charts. So what Mo did, and this was his idea, okay? He just used my formula, okay? But he took the most recent eclipse, because that occurred in his series, and he progressed that with a minor progression. And what that did was gave us a chart for 2 or 3 years from now, a chart for the future. So this chart hasn't even happened yet. And what the chart had in it was Mars in Cancer opposing the moon in Capricorn. Now, we calculated that chart for the moment, even though it gave us a chart in the future. Okay, those people who do quotidians and do progressions will understand what I'm talking about. And then it's too long to express, But anyway, we got a chart from 2029, all right? And that chart described what was going on outside his window at that moment perfectly. There was a young girl out there wearing a red jacket, cussing out an old lady wearing a black coat. And I can hear it. Oh, bitch. Oh, you stop. I asked him, what was that? He was like, that's the Mars opposed the moon right here. And I'm like, take the phone to the window, because we're talking on FaceTime. And he's showing me the girl cussing out the old lady. Anybody that knows Capricorn knows that Capricorn is black. Capricorn means old. And with the moon there, it's talking about the old lady in black. It literally says it. And Mars in Cancer literally says the hostile girl in red. And that's what was happening. So what I discovered here, what we discovered, because that wasn't me by myself, okay? This is my students experimenting with the methodology that I gave them after they learned how to use it, making these discoveries, okay? So this is what we're doing in cosmophysics. Now, that was just self-promotional shit. We get to the moment. I hear people talking about 3I Atlas comet. And I hear people talking about intergalactic astrology based on it. We've been doing the astrology of comets for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. This is nothing new. 3IA is new to you because it's just been spotted. But the phenomena of comets and the astrology of comets is a very old practice, I believe, that precedes astrology. Okay? Now, how do we use comets astrologically? There's a method. There's method to the madness. And there's Mesopotamian, there's Sumerian, there's Chinese, and there's Vedic. Okay? And all of these systems of astrology use different criteria in their analysis of that comet. However, they all agree on a set of 4 things, okay? The shape of the tail has to do a lot with how that comet is going to manifest itself, because the shape of the tail gives different indications of the direction that the comet is going. All of the schools of astrology that dealt with cometology also use the direction. They say the direction that it is coming from, or the constellation that it was spotted in, will describe directionally where the event or process that it gives indication of comes from. And the direction that is going will, and the sign that it is going to disappear in from our vision, will give indication as to the results of it. So right now, AI Atlas was spotted in the constellation of Sagittarius, okay? But Sagittarius is Capricorn tropically. So when you apply it astrologically and not astronomically, it's going to be in a different constellation that you hear in the media, all right? Because we use the tropical zodiac over here, okay? I'm not talking about you people that use the sidereal zodiac. We use the tropical zodiac over here. Okay, so tropically, while it's in Sagittarius, we're going to see it in Capricorn tropic. Okay, so we can still use both of those signs. Sagittarius talks about foreign travel and globalization, dealing with things on a broader, wider, more inclusive of population scale. Okay, whereas locally, Sagittarius references the schools, anything from preschool to college. Any kind of schooling whatsoever, whether it's a school for MCing or a school for being a plumber, all of that is Sagittarius, schooling period, education period, okay? Capricorn deals with building and corporation. And since the comet is moving backwards, it's moving from Capricorn into Sagittarius, then we can see things going from a state of stillness and being locked and being slow to being sped up and accelerated, because Capricorn talks about stillness. It talks about being slow, like sludge, okay? Where Sagittarius is more like a flowing river. So things are going to pick up. Things like what? All kinds of trends. The computer, technology, genetics, history, all of this stuff, okay? Like, even though this is off topic, peep this. They just discovered another underwater city in the Gulf of Mexico. That makes 3 underwater cities they done found in the motherfucking Gulf of Mexico, okay? So giving more proof that America is Atlantis, okay? So don't think that it's coincidental that, what's his name? The orange man? Trump. Trump wants to claim, he wants to claim the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America, because they're like, yo, we finding cities down there. You know, they done already sent their little submarines down there to go on into it. You done already did that. So since they have, and you know they have, because now he comes out his mouth talking about that belongs to us, that's the Gulf of America. You dig? Why all of a sudden do you want to lay claim to that? Because it's going to give evidence of civilization existing in North America long before the pyramids were built. Okay? And a lot of our people don't want to hear that. So that's why I've been for a minute. Okay? And I've been on this other thing, the retrocausality. Because Mo accidentally discovered that we can use charts from the future to read the past. That modus operandi has been my drive for the last couple of months, and I've been using it on my clients. They don't even know. You know, I've just been using it and giving them their schedules from it, and it's working. So when people say to me that astrology isn't real, my first response is, what the fuck do you know about it? And I can already tell as soon as you say it ain't real that you don't know a goddamn thing, not one whit. Okay? As soon as you say it don't work, I already know. It's like me, you been to New York City? If I say ain't no tall buildings in New York, you know I ain't never been there. You gonna say you been to New York, champ? Because that's where all the tall buildings are. So as soon as you say astrology don't work, I already know you ain't studied a damn thing. So before you say anything about this science, make sure you're astute to its practice, right? So this retro causality, you can Google this, okay? Now they have hyped it up in the media and stuffed every single philosophy into it conceptually. I'm not dealing with all that because I can't grasp all that at once. I'm dealing with what I've already discovered that was phenomenal to me, that points in the future appear to be nurturing points in the past. Wow. So that the future can exist. Okay, A.A. Rashid said to me years ago, and this was before retro causality was even a tagged thing. All right, A.A. Rashid said to me, man, look, man, because I draw, I'm an illustrator, right? He was like, yo, I've been thinking about doing a comic book. Can you do comic books? I'm like, yeah. He said, yo, what about, the future sending niggas in the past to establish the institution that is functioning in the future? A plot like that. I said, man, I've been thinking about stuff like that for years, about how all the prophets that we know, right, could have came from the future, and they were all in the same class, but they were all set to different epochs of time, and that was my thing. So we were going to incorporate that into a story. It never got off the ground. But then I discovered that we can use the Saros series, right? At the age of 54, you're in your third Saros. Okay, so you can use the Saros charts. And I said, look it up. S-A-R-O-S, it's an eclipse cycle. It's like a year for eclipses. Okay, it's a measure from one eclipse to the next. Okay, 18.3 years, basically, right? So, at any rate, when you look at the recent Saros that happened from your series, you can put a progression on that. It's going to give you a chart for the future, okay? So what this has me understanding is about time. Time truly isn't linear. We as human beings functioning off of a mental impulse see time as a linear beginning one event after the other. When in all actuality, time is just like everything else. It's just like sound, okay? When I speak, sound moves away from me in the bubble. People above me can hear me, and people below me, they can hear me. People from every direction can hear me because sound grows as a bubble. Well, I think time does the same thing. Okay? Because if planets in the future give indication as to what happened before those configurations happened, and planets in the past do so, then time is absolutely working every direction. Because you have to be able to wrap your mind around that. Because as we think linearly. Go ahead.
So I was just about to ask, does that make our impression that time is linear, does that make that an illusion too?
I believe it is. Because if a chart from the future can accurately tell us what you're doing right now, then linear manifestation is a motherfucking lie. Oh, it is obvious, okay? It's a lie. The thing is, how do we say this? The oxymoron of it, okay? The oxymoron of it. See, like for example, you were born, you had a beginning. You don't remember that. So as far as your mind comprehends, you've been here for fucking ever. Oh, because you don't remember no beginning. Oh.
No beginning.
No, you don't remember no beginning, man. You have no concept of your beginning. You don't remember being born. You just woke up in your body one day, and you don't even remember that day. So as far as your mind is concerned, you've been here forever. Okay? Now, but you know that ain't true because why? We see people being born, we watch them grow, we watch them die. Yeah. We watch people come and go. So we already know that there's a multiple frequency field manifesting all at once. And astrology is just a means by which to prove it. And I'm going to tell you how. Even though if you don't do astrology, you ain't going to really grasp it to its fullness. We can take your birth chart, which is example A. We can take how old you are. Now we can divide that up. We can take your actual age from the beginning, from your birthday to the day, how far the sun or the moon has traveled. We can divide this by 5 and pick up a chart for 1/5 of your age and it'll show us what you're doing right now. We can divide it by 7, by 6, by 9, 13, 25, it doesn't even matter. I believe that you might be able to pick any whole number and divide your age up by it and pick up a chart for that, and it will show us practically what's going on. So the universe is constantly manifesting itself, and it is ageless.
That sounds like the fractal nature.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Practically, it's operating on every fractal. Reality is acting on the 5th fractal, it is acting on the 7th fractal, it is acting on the 8th fractal, constantly and completely and infinitely. So it doesn't matter whether we use a quotidian of 5, 1/5, or a quotidian of 1/7, or a quotidian of 1/9, because these are all true numbers. They're all going to relate to the truth. So I'm going to see the reality of what's going on in this room, whether I'm sitting, laying down, standing up, okay? So it's the same thing astrologically. I'm going to see the truth. No matter what division, no matter which harmonic I'm going to use, they're all like everybody in this room can see that and describe it. Okay? She's going to describe it because she sees it under this. I see the whole bottle without that. You see the whole, he sees it in front of that. We see it on the side of it. You see it in the front. See, so we all see it from a different perspective. Yeah, we all know this bottle in the goddamn chair. Okay? But we all see it differently.
Yes.
So this is what astrology does.
You hear? All right. I'm coming.
This is what the astrology does. So when people say, which chart is the strongest? Well, whose opinion is more accurate? Yours? You take a picture of that bottle in the chair, and I take a picture of that bottle in the chair. Whose picture is a more accurate picture of that bottle? Both of them are equally accurate. See? So the past, the present, and the future, this is preference. So we can make sense of things. But the Most High is infinite. So there is no past for him. There's no future because he knows the future to death already. He knows the past is only right now to the Most High. Like to us, there's only right now. See? When I say Most High, I mean in the realest terms, most absolute. Because people are like, well, I don't believe in the Most High. You believe fire is hot. You did. Nobody disagrees with that, right? So when people say we all have our own perspective, so we all have our own truth, that's a lie. There's only one truth. See, we all agree that water's wet. We all agree that we need to drink, we need to breathe. See, there's no disagreement there. We don't all have our own perspective on that. You don't have your own perspective on the temperature of fire. Everybody in this motherfucker agrees that that shit is too hot to be playing with. And so does everything in creation. So when we can find uniformity, we have absolute truth. Okay? Where we can't find uniformity, we're going to have to rely on our own perceptions and our own personal truths. Okay? But you got to know your own personal truth is not real. It's a preference. It's not a truth. Okay? I can convince myself that my grandma is sitting in that chair all day, and everybody in this room does not see my grandmother. You see? So that's not my personal truth. That's my personal illusion. You have to be impartial with your description of the reality if you're going to study it. Okay? Just because I say my grandmother's in that chair doesn't make it so. Do y'all see her? What color is she? Is she her complexion or her complexion? Or my complexion? See? So you don't see her. Right? I can sit here all day and insist that she's sitting in that chair with us in this room. See, my reality that's not my reality. Because everybody here sees this goddamn water. So the reality is that the water is right there. Okay? And then that's the truth. Once we take this out of here, if you insist that water's still in that chair, that's not your personal truth, champ. That's your personal illusion. So where we differ is not absolute. Where we all must agree is the absolute truth. Everybody here agrees this shit is wet, right? Who gonna tell me it ain't? So when I dump it on you, don't be mad. Don't say I made you wet. You see? Everybody here agrees this is wet. Every creature on the planet would agree that this is water. So all of that, we have our own personal truth, is a buttress for acceptance, okay? We all have our own opinion. Keep it real. We all have our own preferences. This guy likes to be massaged. This dude likes his feet tickled, and this nigga here likes to be beat with a wet towel. Okay? You see? So, we all don't have different truths. We all have different ways of getting our pleasure. Okay? Because everybody agrees, even the nigga getting whipped with the wet towel, that shit painful. There's no disagreement on whether it's painful or not. The disagreement is on whether it's enjoyable. You see? So, where we agree at, we know it's true. And where we are able to successfully develop differences is not true. So the first thing that needs to be defined is the difference between what is true and what is not. Because, like my man said, I'm a fucking tree. You did? Nigga, ain't nobody on the planet gonna identify you as a tree. This is your personal illusion that you're a tree. Your mama didn't give birth to a bush. You see? So what do you mean when you say you're the tree? Because there's an avenue for that. Everything on earth is the earth. Everyone in public is the public. But everyone in public ain't the same. Every tree on earth ain't the same. See? So it's within the proper identifying of a thing. And people have to agree on what is going to be accepted in the examination and what is not. See, personal opinion and personal projection cannot be imposed on the truth. So why should we let it be? And the other guy's gone, and I am out of ideas for conversation. So if y'all want to add to it, if y'all want to add and build on and see, I knew this was going to happen. I'm gonna take this moment right here and say, I need this shit. Okay. Okay. Good, man. I don't ever get to go on a show and not be the main talker. Even when I'm not supposed to be, I ain't even booked as the main talker. Okay. It just always happens that I just happen to be the one that carries the show. And you know something? That's not what I want. If I had my way, we would pause this shit right now and I'd go get my other counterpart and his ass would be in here participating.
Sorry, man. Just
Don't be sorry. Just come on over here and get in the show.
I need all day.
Yeah, leave me here to carry this whole thing by myself. Okay? And just because I can don't mean I don't have a problem with it. I got problems with it. All right, good. Now you're here.
I'm here.
And now I can take a break and go stuff my face. I hope y'all enjoy the conversation. I'll be back in a minute now, all right? It's your turn.
All right. Man, I got to figure this tech out a little bit, try to. And y'all ask Red Pill to come and pull up the PDF.
And I think there's somebody who's out here, but who's the cookie girl? I don't want to know nobody.
The chair.
That's my dinner.
Oh, I thought that was food for everybody.
That's my dinner, bro.
Yeah, okay, I ain't got your food.
I ain't worried. Don't worry.
I thought it was there for everybody, excuse me.
Well, while we're waiting, let's do that PDF for shit.
Now, well, we and you can live until he gets here.
All right.
I can't see me though.
Did want to open with a discussion on 3-Eye Atlas because I know the Cosmosician spoke on a little bit, but right, it's the third interstellar object or intergalactic object that's been observed since we've had a telescope. And I think the direction that it came in, the direction that it came in as you were speaking, like from that Sagittarius Capricorn. I used to talk to humans. It's hard for me to look at the screen and
Yeah, I know, I was doing the same thing. Go back and forth.
Yeah.
You can look at the humans.
I see.
Here.
All right, let me do this. Get everybody. All right.
I was still turning around too, because I'm more comfortable talking to people.
Hard talking to a screen. Okay. Excuse my back.
You know, and
So you can look at, oh, that's what I did.
yeah, maybe sit sideways. There you go.
Just don't get out the picture. Yes, stay out the picture.
How's that?
That's good because they can see you talking and we can see you.
Give thanks. Thank you.
But they can't see your face.
All right. It's how's that? All right, I'm gonna focus on you.
Right there.
Good brother. All right.
Yeah, you can talk to me.
Yeah. So
That's what I was doing. I'm talking to him
coming from
and her.
the direction of Capricorn, like, you know how we're in the cosmos, right? That's the visible universe. The universe that if you could see a star, if you could see a galaxy, if you could see a planet, it's in the cosmos. All right? The visible universe. The stars are randomly distributed throughout the cosmos. Stars congregate in communities that are called galaxies. Y'all with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, what's the name of our galaxy?
The Milky Way.
All right. So, where are we in the galaxy? Hey, Red, pull that. Yeah. Where are we in the galaxy? Great question. I think that's what astrology used to be. It used to be like our galactic compass. You know, like if we're looking in Sagittarius, we're looking in the center of our universe. If we're looking at Gemini, we're looking at the outer darkness outside of I said universe, I mean galaxy, excuse me. When we're looking at Sagittarius, we're looking in the center of our galaxy. When we're looking at Gemini, we're looking in the outer darkness beyond our galaxy. We're looking at Pisces or Virgo, we're looking at the galactic plane. So it kind of used to be our compass. We could kind of orient where we are in the galaxy, where our sun is in the galaxy, right? But we've lost that. In the West, we kind of, and when I say West, Western astrology, right? We say Pluto's the farthest out planet, sun's in the center, and that's really all we study. There is a realm that deals with fixed stars, right? Giving each star a degree of a certain sign and a certain meaning, like Regulus, the brightest star in Leo, being the star of leadership, So we do have that, but it's like our galactic awareness in astrology has been lost. But as Riz said, we're on a new timeline. We're on a whole new timeline. 3 Atlas has kind of shook up how we thinking about things.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's expanded. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I feel that it's expanded the collective consciousness to completely agree, right? Because this is agreed upon reality. So the collective consciousness has agreed that we are not alone, right? Without intrusion, without like an invasion, or without the government going crazy, we came up to a collective agreement. All nations, all colors, all creeds, all religions. They're like, you know what? Collectively, we're not alone. So the collective consciousness will change, which will open up the possibilities and allow for that reality to manifest. Because collectively, we were all on lockdown because we were like, there is nobody outside of us. There is nothing outside of this. We are the only ones. But we're seeing it's an alien intelligence, right? They're saying that the way the Third Eye Atlas was moving and all, everything that they captured about it, it proves to be an alien intelligence, right? During this age of artificial intelligence, right? And then we have a rise in ancestral intelligence where people are coming online. They're figuring things out. They're tapping into galactical memory banks and whatnot. They're coming up with like the brother who made the gasoline out of banana. You know what I mean? People are coming back online with their original Aboriginal inventor brains. The memories are coming back because we're all underneath this spell of Kingu. We're all asleep. You know what I mean? It's like amnesia or Hiram Abiff, right? That they said they put him in a shallow grave, but he is completely flatlined. Who saw the TV show Watchmen on HBO? Right. Dr. Manhattan was who? A black man, Calvin. Dr. Manhattan was, I don't know if you know this, but for all of my comic book buffs, right? So in the DC universe, who is the most powerful character above Dr. Manhattan? Let's just say that.
Captain Marvel.
I do manga, not comics.
Okay. Who's the most powerful in the whole Captain universe? Marvel. There's a conversation online that Captain Marvel might be more powerful than him. But from that point on, everybody else is not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan. Not Superman, not anybody. There's only one other person in the conversation as to who is the most powerful person in that entire universe. Remember, there is a DC universe, there is a Marvel universe, there is all of these universes, right? He was a black man on HBO on a series that just came out. Matter of fact, it came out in the year where everybody was waking up. Right? Watchmen was around 2020, right? The same time that Lovecraft Country, which is, in my humble opinion, the most important TV show of this generation, where we are right now, post 2020, because it taught you about Lovecraft. Everything dealing with the internet, everything dealing with the AI, everything dealing with the far right and their occult, everything dealing with this Kabbalah stuff, all of that is H.P. Lovecraft. They're all framing it through his writings and his downloads and his stuff, all of this stuff.
the Stranger Things, all of that stuff, all of that is Lovecraftian things. This is what they use. This is the magic that they're using. This is the operating system. But in Lovecraft, they were showing you how the DNA, how the bloodline, everything is in the bloodlines. There's ancestral work that we got to do because there's ancestors that got done wrong. And with the charts, with the cosmos, with being able to chart the stars, right? Ross Ben being able to start the stars, the cosmos, and all of that. You could place yourself, right, directly into that place. With the AI, with Nano Banana, right? They have a feature where you could put the coordinates of any timeline, right, into Nano Banana, and it will give you a picture from that exact timeline and that coordinate. You could give it any coordinate from Google Maps. This shit is crazy, yo. It's pulling information from places that they can't even call it. So you literally could put you could prompt and you could manifest. That's what you're doing. You're manifesting, right? Because remember, we never lived in a time where your thoughts can manifest in the physical world, right? In real time without sacrificing some type of life form, without paying an exorbitant amount of money, right? This was not possible. Now with your phone, you could think of something and manifest it in full color in an art style that you probably couldn't even have paid a person to mimic when it wasn't when this wasn't available. That's magic. You're able to bring an idea, the most craziest idea that you could drink of, that you could remember out of your dream state, put it into your phone, prompt it, right, which is to cast a spell, put it into the void. When you press enter, it goes into the void, right? Then they'll show you the thinking process, or they'll show you the diffusion process. So it's the same thing that they describe when they break down how the Kabbalah and all of these things work, right? Something out of nothing, right? So after it forms out of the void, it pops back up in a super positioning. It pops back up on your thing. Where does it come from? It just pops back up in a new form from another dimension. Because you don't know where the pictures came from, because no picture is the same. But they're sending you images back of yourself from different timelines, and you like, oh shit, that's me on a whole nother world. That's a vision of myself that I had when I had a dream that I still remember when I was 12. I remember it vividly. But somehow, some way, it's in my Midjourney folder. So a lot of stuff is going on, both on these internets, on this computer. We don't really know the intricate details, like the real shit behind the ghost in the machine, or what I will call the monster in the machine, or the demon in the machine, but not demon with a DEMON, DAEMON. The daemon. The daemon. But there's daemons in all, there's the daemon is in everything, you know? You'd be surprised how occult this whole AI internet thing is. Because AI and internet is interchangeable. The AI is the internet grown up. Can't separate the two. They trained, they fed. Remember Little Shop of Horrors? Feed Me Seymour? Right? So they fed AI the internet, and then it becomes what you know as AI today. So it is the internet. It's the grown-up version of it. There's no separating the two. And then it's going to evolve into something even, you know, more intelligent or synthetic for that matter. But I don't want to take the brothers. I have my segment.
All right, give thanks. All right, so as I was saying, I think the Zodiac or the Zodiac used to be our galactic compass.
Yes.
It used to be how we could orient ourselves within the galaxy. But that aspect didn't make it in Western astrology, right?
The mic, if you could grab that. You could.
It, you know, that part didn't make it to the West.
But as Rez said, we're on a new timeline with this 3-eye atlas. And I think it's putting us on that timeline to get us to think beyond Pluto, to get us to think beyond fixed stars. What's fixed in the universe?
Right.
Everything's moving.
Everything's moving,
Right? So 3-eye atlas got us thinking galactic.
Ooh.
And
sorry.
That's
no. Something just hit me when you said fixed, because fixed means what do you put your attention on, right? So they're telling you what planets to fix your attention on.
With stars.
Right, with stars, because what you give attention, you give power to. What you give attention to, you power up. So these fixed stars that they got us focusing on, but they never mention Sirius.
Well, now Sirius is considered a fixed star. Yeah.
I mean,
if you study the fixed stars, right? You can see the zodiac, 360 degrees, right?
Right.
Each constellation has what they'll call like the A star, or the brightest of that star. And they'll give that star, depending on its name, depending on the constellation, and so forth, they'll give it some meaning, right? And they might do that for the B, C, and D as well, right? And they call those fixed stars. So Sirius is a fixed star.
Fixed star, okay.
13 degrees Cancer,
right,
is Sirius, right? So they do have that, right? But we know in creation everything's in motion.
Yeah.
And so And does the fixed stars give us orientation in our galaxy? The studying the fixed stars give us orientation in our galaxy? Not really.
Right.
You know, this galactic astrology, this 3-eye atlas, what the cosmophysician was talking about, how 3-eye atlas came in from the direction of Sagittarius and left in the direction of Gemini and Cancer.
Right.
Like, that's significant. That's important.
Right.
If you take a galactic perspective, not just a, zodiac constellation. Oh, Geminis are going to be empowered because 3-eye atlas left through Gemini. No, it's not. In terms of, let's say when we look at Sagittarius, we're looking at our center of our galaxy. If we're looking at Gemini, we're looking outside of our galaxy, and we see that's the trajectory 3-eye atlas took. What's that telling us? 3-eye atlas came from the core of our galaxy.
Right.
Right? And is leaving our galaxy. That's interesting. Now, of all the little factoids I've heard about 3-eye atlas on the internet, I didn't hear that. So I just wanted to explore the intergalactic aspect. So where are we in the galaxy? That's the question 3-eye atlas got us asking.
Real quick, I just want to know, family in the Zoom, let me know if you can see the slide.
I see the Black Star Galactic Core slide.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the question of 26. And we can see, if you like, I like to put keywords on years, right? I think the keyword for 26, and this theme is going to keep presenting itself, like in 3-eye atlases, for instance. But things are going to keep happening that's going to have us ask the question, where are we in the galaxy?
Right.
This is going to be the theme of the year and the question of the year. Where are we in the galaxy? Okay. So let's answer that question real quick.
Let's do it.
All right. So, as we said, we're in the cosmos, the visible universe, right?
Right.
But stars aren't just randomly distributed throughout the cosmos.
Right.
Stars congregate in communities that are called galaxies. Most galaxies or stellar communities have this theme and variation.
Pleiades. Or the Pleiades.
That's a constellation.
Constellation.
Yeah. So most galaxies have a shape or a form.
Right.
Let's go over that real quick. They have a core. Okay. And the core is usually a black star. What do Western astrologers call?
Black hole.
Black hole. Right?
Right.
Fake sun.
And why they call it a hole instead of a black star is because the black star is so heavy, so massive, so dense, not even light. And the speed of light cannot escape the pull of the velocity of the speed of light.
Can't escape. Right.
Escape the pull of gravity, its gravitational force. So it appears like it's a void, but it's not. It's a black star, not a black hole. Okay?
Wow.
I agree with you guys.
Oh, give thanks.
I totally
That's a
agree.
galaxy.
No, there's a black hole core in the center of galaxy.
Right.
Got it.
Okay? So each galaxy has in its center, usually, there's themes and variations to this.
You know, he ain't even in the picture.
What is a galaxy? Please explain that.
Galaxy is a community of stars. That's what I'm attempting to
So it's
do.
all stars.
Do me a favor,
together.
Rob.
It's a galaxy of stars.
Sit
Do me a
on
favor.
the I'm he can sit right here.
Sit right here in the center, please. Yeah.
No worry.
They can hear you.
You gotta hit the arrow there.
You can move up.
Black star.
Yes,
Move up.
Let's go.
And then
All right,
boom.
yes, I'm explaining. You got the cosmos,
Yep.
the visible universe. So anything in the universe you can see is called the cosmos. You with me?
Yep.
All right. Now, stars aren't randomly distributed throughout the cosmos. Okay? Stars congregate in communities, almost like a city.
We are.
Like a city, right? In communities called galaxies. You with me? All right. So we're talking about the structure of galaxies now.
Right.
How these communities are usually structured.
Right.
And they're usually structured where they have a core or a center. And in that center is usually a star that's so massive, so dense, so
Magnetic.
ultramagnetic. Okay? Its gravitational force, its gravity is so strong. Not even light, the velocity, the speed of light can escape its gravitational pull. So it appears like a black hole. And that's what Western astronomers call it. But it's really a black sun. You with me?
You said what I need to say.
My man. So, this black star in the center of galaxies is spinning very fast. It's spinning very fast. What does something spinning create?
A centripetal torus field.
Centrifugal force. Okay? So the centrifugal force of the black star spews out spiral arms of hydrogen gas. You with me?
Yes.
That hydrogen gas, because it's being spun out so, what do you say, violently, such velocity, right? It creates stellar nurseries. or places where stars are born. Y'all with me? Okay, so that is a galaxy. Okay, where are we in our galaxy? What's the name of our galaxy?
Milky Way.
Milky Way galaxy. Where are we in our galaxy?
On the outreach of one of the arms.
There you go. There you go. We're 26,000 light years from the galactic core. Remember that number? 26,000. Yeah. I heard y'all talking about it. I thought that was interesting. About the galactic frequency being 26, right? Y'all heard y'all talking about it right out there. And I agree with you. I affirm that. And this might be why, right? Does us being 26,000 light years from the galactic core has something to do with our perception of the equinox being 26,000 years? Maybe it does. Maybe it does.
I believe all common numbers are on the same product of the same frequency.
Yeah,
that's a pause moment because hold on. Look, that's one of those moments where we all have to work together as a collective student body.
Well, I asked that question hypothetically.
No, but I want the students who have the AI, they got the 5 different sites in front of them. I want them to take that one question along with others, even some of the stuff that you posed earlier. And I want us to give feedback. I want to create a feedback loop. So at the end of our presentation, I want the students to present their work and say, yo, that what he just posed, I was doing the science on it while we was doing the science. So that's the new level of where we're going to go with it. But please continue.
Thank you, Bradley. All right. So here we are. Here's our solar system in relationship to the galactic core. As the cosmophysician said, we're on the outer reaches of an outer galactic spiral arm. Okay? The spiral arm that we're in is called the Sagittarius wing of the Milky Way. Wow. Because when you see the Milky Way in Sagittarius, this is what you're looking at. The band of the Milky Way we're a part of. Y'all with me?
Yes.
All right. So the ancients, from my study, okay, it seems they would say we're anchored into our galaxy by the Sirius star system, particularly Sirius B, which they say is a star that's like the galactic core, right? Because it is a black star, it's an invisible star, we can't see it, right? It's a dwarf star that's very dense, right? Our solar system's anchored to our galaxy through the Sirius system. Okay? So that's just a quick, like, if you say, hey, where are we in the galaxy? That's just like a quick overview.
Right,
We're going to talk about it a little more as it relates to astrology. All right?
Sure.
All right. So we heard the brother talking about sidereal versus geocentered astrology earlier, right? And that's such a heated debate in astrology. Like trying to discredit other astrologers and discredit, like
that's because they don't understand it. They're both of them derived from 2 different circles being measured.
Exactly. That it's just like, let's say you're a scientist, right? And you're not using a macroscope, which is astrology, not using a big lens, right? You're using a microscope, right? You know how they got the microscopes where it's one scope, you're putting your eye to one scope, but it has 3 lenses. And depending on what you're looking at, right? If you're studying a microbe or bacterium or whatever, you'll flip the lens to help you see better.
Yeah.
Right? That's the difference between geocentric and sidereal astrology. It's just like which lens.
That's an excellent analogy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm sorry to cut your wisdom. They wanted you to repeat the question again that you asked a few minutes ago that I said that they could research, if you remember that.
I remember.
Yes.
It was a supposition. It wasn't a question.
A supposition. There you go.
He supposed that the 26,000 year precessional cycle may have something to do with the
distance,
with the number,
right?
The frequency 26.
Because where you ask is where are we in the galaxy?
In the galaxy.
And the question
26,000
from where are we in the galaxy?
There you go. Thank you.
May I say something? Because we was talking about 20. Okay, I'm sorry. It takes 260 days roughly for a woman to have a child. So the gestation.
Oh, I knew you was on some Mayan calendar stuff.
Yeah.
It's 26,000.
Yeah. Because they were outside talking about the 26. And yeah. So that's the galactic.
There you go. Brother Rich, clap it up for Brother Rich.
There you go. There you go.
All right.
What we doing here?
Let us continue.
All right. Why isn't Joe moving?
So that's a birthing time, or also how long it takes to incubate or
In order to move things.
But at 9 and 26 connected to.
You see, yeah, pressing that again.
Some ground right now.
Are you maximizing it or leaving it like that?
I'm maximizing.
All right.
Very receptive to get this.
Brothers in the room. Yes. Give me 1 minute, y'all. I'm gonna blow this screen up. Also, real quick, I don't want to cut. Ahku is going to be doing readings in that room right there. For anybody that wants to get any readings, the brother Ghost has the massage tables laid out. He is going to be putting magical hands on bodies. If you need a massage, you'll be able to tap in with him. Trust me, he's in town for a few days, but he got the setup in there and everything, got the massage table. Ross Ben has his products, right?
Delta has my product.
Delta has his product. Okay, so even with that, we have a copy of his book on deck. We could do pre-orders. You know what I mean? You know, he had issues at the airport. They
it was
shipped
some
his bag
Saturn and
out.
Pisces stuff.
Winter has the jewelry.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing, here we go. We're going to be doing a holiday shop at halftime where we're going to be showing you some of the best businesses, best vendors, best quote unquote lifestyle brands in the A at halftime. So yes, let's get right back into it. And okay, mouse. In the meantime, between time, they can ask some questions.
All right. All right. Yeah. Let's address any questions while we're setting it up. Any questions so far about where we are in the galaxy? Yes.
Like the series A's.
There sure is. So now the visible star Sirius, right? When you look at, and y'all know Sirius is a very important star. Y'all should be, it's one of the most easily identifiable stars in the heavens. And it is a star you should pay close attention to. Okay? Why? Because our ancestors used to, right? And the Dogon and the Egyptians. You know, in Africa, the star Sirius is very important. For the now, to identify, hold your thought real quick. To identify, y'all could picture Orion, right? The hunter. And you know Orion's belt, those 3 stars that are kind of like in a line, they point downward to a very bright star. You follow Orion's belt downward to a very bright star, that's Sirius. Okay? And it's visible in our like mid-fall, winter, mid-spring sky. Okay? Yeah, it'll be out when we go out tonight. Yes, sir.
Yeah, speaking on Sirius, I know you might cover this later. I know Sirius corresponds to the 4th of July. And also, we got a big conjunction with Mars and Uranus around 4th of July this year. You got any insight on that?
Well, why Sirius is associated with the 4th of July? Because you know how we have the zodiac, right? And we said there's fixed stars in the zodiac, right? In that zodiac. Sirius is in the zodiac, right? And the constellation that it's in is Cancer. And it's around 13 degrees Cancer. Okay? So Cancer starts when?
July time.
Now,
June 23rd.
June 23rd. And the sun moves 1 degree every day, right? So what degree is the sun at on July 4th?
13 degrees.
13 degrees Cancer. So the sun, if you look at the sun on 4th of July, Sirius is its backdrop. That's why Sirius is visible in the sun. You only see Sirius in late fall, winter, early spring. And the summer is too close to the sun to be visible. You with me? And on 4th of July, it's right conjunct the sun. So the sun's kind of lined up with it.
Right? It's lined up with Sirius.
Yes.
Because the 4th of July, the sun conjuncts Sirius. On New Year's Day, it's in opposition.
It's in opposition.
Okay?
Yes.
But actually, it's 9 days off of a perfect opposition because that calendar, our calendar, is a copy of the calendar that did that 700 something years ago. They said they reset it.
You good now?
So it's 9 days off of a perfect. Right? But that's the idea. Okay? Astrologically, what he was saying is the correspondence is where it's found in the zodiac. Because Sirius by itself has no astrological indication.
Right.
Where it falls in the zodiac.
And the zodiac is the astrological indication.
You surprised me here. But
oh.
Because everybody don't know that Sirius is 13 degrees Cancer. The average motherfucker doesn't give the slightest fuck.
Where it is.
The fact that he just came out of his mouth with it, I appreciate that. I thought I was one of them only niggas type of thing. I ain't the only nigga now. I'm just listening to him talk, right? I'm like, oh, I ain't told me, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Well, that's why Red Pill brought us together.
I didn't want to interrupt, but I did want to interject.
Please, thank you. Yeah, and feel free. Anything you inspired to share and anything I'm blah, blah, blah about, please share. That's why we're here together.
You know that. Because the American government is not the only
now we good.
crew that took advantage
of Sirius, right?
Of the energy that occurs on or around the 4th of July. That's Independence Day for several countries on this planet.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Give thanks.
How many who didn't get a CD? Okay.
I didn't get a CD.
Yeah, you gotta get the features now.
Yeah. Because what has been on my mind for the last month or so We got it going on.
We got it going.
We righting our wrongs. Yeah.
On this way.
Yeah.
Remix.
All right.
This is the Cosmic Soul.
All right.
But please continue. Ladies and gentlemen, Ross Ben, let's go. And let me know how the audio is. Can you hear him good on the audio, y'all? In YouTube land? I mean, you don't have to hold the mic. I just wanted to pick up your vocals.
And how's this angle? Cause it's comfortable. Yeah, I get to see y'all. Are they able to see me?
Yeah.
Online?
You can look right there.
Yeah, they see this is you right here. It's your window.
Yeah. Goodbye. All right. So we were talking about the sidereal versus geocentric lenses, right? For the macroscope that the West calls astrology. Right? It's not a microscope. It's not looking at the small scope. It's a macroscope. We're looking at the big scope. Right? So, like, my thing is, right, 3 Atlas is bringing us an opportunity to kind of even think beyond scope that Western astrology is defined. Like, you know, Pluto being, I know they demoted Pluto, so I guess they bought these movies. So I appreciate you for sure. Yeah.
The phone was in the car.
Yo, I was
Remember I told you to go get the phone?
Yes.
Yeah, he was calling.
I was building with the brother, following guidance. I told the brother
Oh no, I saw the video.
He got that star quality in him. So the people was like, yeah, it's like, you know, the way the brother moved on camera, the people was feeling. So I was just asking him, like, what direction he want to go with it. You know what I'm saying? Because the people are definitely resonating with his EMF field. This is the manager right here. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what's crazy? You know, listen. You know what we talked about that was deep? It's not even.
Yo, Red, I think you got the mic, Red.
Electric magnetic field.
At the same time, at different scopes on this telescope, right? When we study the book of Enoch, we see him speaking both in a sidereal context and a geocentric context about different phenomena he's observing in the heaven, you know? So,
hold on 1 minute.
I think the Zodiac Addendera that he'll bring back on.
Can you do me a favor and go back maybe 5 minutes, because my headphones turned into the microphone and they couldn't hear you when you was talking. All right.
Where did I leave off?
Yeah.
All right, I'll just start talking about the Zodiac Addendera again. All right. This is one of the most ancient depictions of a zodiac. Right? It's out of Egypt. It's late Egypt, say from the New Kingdom or Middle Kingdom. Right? It's not even really coming from the New Kingdom. This is, I think, what they would call the Napatan Meroitic period. Okay? Which was really right before Hellenistic Greece, okay? Or Hellenistic Egypt, excuse me. So now, but still, it's an old representation of a zodiac. And we see the zodiac is on the inner side, right? On the inside. And then you have all this stuff out here. What is this? I think our ancients were galactic astrologers, right? That when they looked at the energy of something that was going on in the zodiacs, they factored the galactic placement of things, you know what I mean? And they were at the same time. Like how here in the West, it's almost like you either sidereal or you geocentric. I'm with the brother, I'm a geocentric. It seems to me, if you are talking about things on Earth, you have to have an Earth-centered perspective. That just seems what works to me.
Now, I'm going to tell you what that is. The science is not based on the stars. We are using the stars.
Right. As a yes.
The science ain't based on the stars. Science is based on geometric law.
There you go.
So this is why sidereal, tropical, heliocentric, all of those different circles are subject to geometry.
Yes.
The whole time, but I ain't interrupting more back.
No, I appreciate it.
I mean, I'm gonna interject.
I agree.
Continue to interject.
Please do. Because I agree. It's Earth's electrogeomagnetics why geocentric astrology works. Because when, all right, so sidereal astrologers will always say, oh, that constellation's 30 degrees off, right? But they're looking at the sky, in the galaxy, in the cosmos, right? Ancient geocentric astrologers, what were they looking at? The ionosphere. They were looking at the ionosphere, which is a band of charged particles about 60 miles above Earth's surface, right? Above the clouds, right above the clouds, right? And the ionosphere, the Earth, is more connected to the magnetic energy of the sun, is more determined by the electromagnetic energy of the sun, which we measure most with equinoxes and solstices, right? So if you want to divide the ionosphere into 12 houses and look at the planets moving through the ionosphere, you can't use the stars as your measure. You have to use Earth's relationship to the sun, solstices and equinoxes. And that's what geocentric astrologers do.
It's about the geometry from your center. See, you're on Earth, so we're using Earth. Your ass is on Mars. We can
there you go.
Create the geometry to fit the perspective of your position on Mars.
Yes.
Because it's about you and the creation.
Yes. Give thanks.
So it has nothing to do with the sun, has nothing to do with the Earth, and everything to do with the geometry of the sun.
Yes.
See? So this is why it's the laws of geometry in play. Mars in Scorpio doesn't create a goddamn thing. But a means for us to measure the geometric angle that
Mars is at. Yes. Yes. All right. So now, our ancestors, and I'll be even a little more specific, the Book of Enoch, because that's kind of like I study astrology from an Enochian perspective. Okay? So I studied the astrology of the Book of Enoch. Enoch was the first prophet, first astrologer. People who correspond Enoch to other traditions. In Egypt, they would say he's Tahuti, right? And I heard you mentioned Tahuti earlier, right? So, I'm just pulling these pieces together, right? So Enoch says there's 7, the way, like how he would say the heavens are structured or organized. He says there's 7 heavens with 24 gates. Okay? 7 heavens, 24 gates. So now we could start talking about the 24 gates because we already have this. What are the 24 gates? The 12 geocentric gates and the 12 sidereal gates. Okay? So Enoch used them both. How we're over here in today's time arguing, you geocentric astrologers, y'all are off. Y'all are wrong. And we're like, oh, you sidereal astrologers, y'all out of space. You're not in touch with what's here on Earth. Right? Our ancestors didn't have that debate. Example, Book of Enoch. 24 gates in heaven. Both geocentered 12 gates and sidereal 12 gates.
It's evident proof that we knew both. It's evident proof that the usage and knowledge of both sidereal and tropical.
Yes, the 24 gates.
Heliocentric or geocentric, that we were aware of it because we have a book called the Surya Siddhanta, which tells you the difference between them both, which tells you how to measure both of them.
Yes.
Tells you to measure both of them.
Yes.
Yeah, but
exactly. Use both, and I would say with Enoch, he used sidereal astrology to track ages of the earth and like epochs, long stretches of time. But if you wanted to know what was going to happen to you next week, what was going to happen to you next year, it was a geocentric astrology. Okay? So, yes, sir.
You know, when I think of astrology, I think of the tropical as your outer and the sidereal as your hidden self, your inner charts, your inner qualities.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I have heard that too, because in sidereal astrology, the moon is the primary luminary, correct?
Yes.
And
in Vedic sidereal astrology,
okay,
the moon.
The moon is okay.
But you have Western sidereal astrology, and that's not so bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Honestly, didn't know that.
Cyril Fagan, Carl Bradley's Western sidereal astrology.
Okay.
They don't. The Vedic astrologers are using. So you can't just say sidereal and assume that it's Vedic, because NASA uses sidereal, and there's no astrology at all. Okay, so sidereal is using the sun, the earth, and the stars as markers for your
where we are in the galaxy. Yeah.
The geocentric or tropical astrology is based on the Earth's proximity and geometry with the sun. Don't need the star.
Yeah.
Not even a concern here.
Yes.
Vedic sidereal astrology uses the moon and the stars to define their zodiac, and the earth to define their zodiac. So when you debate that tropical is superior or inferior to, you don't know what you're talking about. Because what you're telling me is that the English system of measure is more accurate for measuring this motherfucking floor than the metric system. And you're a goddamn fool.
Right.
Because the floor is exactly its dimension.
Right. Whatever
we use to measure the motherfucker.
Yes.
So we're going to get just as accurate. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I got you.
Real quick intermission, y'all.
Thank you. So when people want to argue the two, we're not even using the same tools to establish the same circle. We are not even talking about the same circle. You understand that? When I'm going to measure this fan with the metric system, 1.5 centimeters is an inch. So 2.5 centimeters is an inch. So when I say it's 2 inches long, you're going to tell me I'm wrong, that it's 5 centimeters? 5 centimeters is 2 inches. You understand? So that the argument is moved.
Understood, yeah.
See, and for me to say, well, the metric system is better than it's better for you, nigga. You know the metric system.
Right.
I know the king.
Right.
I'm used to speaking in terms of inches.
Right.
So I can give you an idea how long it is using feet. You're gonna tell me how many meters it is. The car or the fan is still the same length. It hasn't changed a bit. See, so these are descriptive tools to describe realities. It isn't even the tool. It is the practitioner. See, sidereal isn't more accurate than tropical. Tropical isn't more accurate than sidereal. Which one of them? Because I can use them both. I can box and I can do martial arts. Okay, so I can use them both. You're gonna tell me that martial arts is better than boxing? I believe Muhammad Ali would have knocked Bruce Lee's brains out. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the practitioner. I mean, it's not the practice. Tool. Yeah. It's the practitioner. The astrologer is the accurate one, not the system. Because I can cut you down with a machete or a samurai sword. Which one's better? I got your head off, your shoulders with both of either one. With the same amount of ease.
So how do you address what they say they've taken out 13th month of the 13th?
No, they didn't. They didn't take one out or put one in.
Right.
North American Indians use the moon and the sun. They use 13 moons. Sometimes they use 12. Depends. Because it's not an even 12 or 13. You see, it's 12 points. It really isn't 13. But if you're using 28-day months, you can fit 13 28-day months into a 365-day calendar with a free day in it.
Oh, right. Yes.
It is 364, 28.
I'm with you.
13.
And a day at a time.
But you can get the 365-day calendar with the free day. That's the joker in the deck too.
Yes.
So if people want to know that cardology runs on the 52, and mine astrology works on a 26. So that 26 and 52 interlocks the year. All right. But at any rate, I don't want to take everything from where you're. I want you to continue where you're going so I can get his lecture too, because I want to hear what you have to say. But at any rate, when you differentiate, okay, you use a pair of pliers to screw this bolt, to untighten this bolt. I used a wrench, okay, and this nigga used his bare hand. Right. Now, I got the screw off in 2 seconds. It only took you 2 seconds, and it takes him 2 seconds. So, which is better? The hands, the wrench, the pliers. Which do you prefer to use? Is what's better. So that argument that astrologers are having, real astrologers don't have that argument. Yeah, I wanted to say that because lump me with them idiots. Only idiots argue about which one is better. See, I can see you with my left eye. I can see you with my right eye. Now you tell me which eye I like the best. Okay, I like both of my eyes.
So nothing was taken out.
Nothing was taken out. A different system was developed. If you're using North American science with your geometry, then you're going to divide your circle up into 13. And there is a system in place for that 13.
Right.
Okay, you have another system over here that is the North American Indians didn't use geometric aspects between the planets either. Understand that? They're using the sun and the moon and their sections, their calendar, and that's it for their zodiac. They're not using Mars, Venus, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Mercury, the moon, like we're using them. Astrology is based on aspect. Like, for example, whenever you were born, right, your planets are set in a certain place. The predictions that I make have ought to do with the alignment that you were born with, and much to do with the alignment that the planets now, or the planets symbolically, are making to your planet. And that is geometric. It's not timing. It is when this planet is 90 degrees is the criteria. To this planet, we got interaction between these planets. Okay? So therefore, now we get into the timing of it. How long, when will it be? at 90 degrees. People get their timing fucked up with the geometry. The geometry sets it off. The fact that it's in motion is why we need to use timing to find out when the geometry is going to be kicking off.
Right.
Okay? Proof of this is, we say we create our circumstances, okay? Well, then go create a circumstance where your apple seeds will grow when you plant them in December. See? That is already in place. You're not going to plant your seeds in December. Okay? You're going to plant your seeds in the spring if you want the best results, right? Or you're going to create a greenhouse. And even then, because you're on Earth, the best time to do it is in the spring. Okay, now you are free to operate in the spring with this cycle. Okay? Same thing as a baby. You can't unfuck yourself. You can't unpregnant yourself. There are laws involved in that. We have to go up in you now to undo that. You don't get to just, I don't want to be pregnant. So I'm not. I don't want my girl to be pregnant, so you ain't, bitch. It don't work like that, nigga. You put the seed up in there and it's growing. You can't think that the fuck away. See? So reality does not operate on your imagination. There are certain realities that begin in your imagination. I want to build a house with 10 rooms. That begins here. I can manifest that reality. I can't do it by myself, though. I need the trees, I need the resources, the cement, the glass. I need all that. You see, I can make a reality based on the laws of reality. I can't violate the laws of reality. Right? I want to go to China. I'm not going to be growing wings to get there. I'm either going to take a train or a bus to the port and take a ship across the ocean to China, or I'm going to an airport and I'm going to get in there and I'm going to obey the laws of aviation to get to China. I can't sit here in this chair and get to China just talking about it or thinking about it. So, people say to me a lot, right? You're not spiritual. And I think I am, because when did I stop being a spirit? Right? When did I stop being a spirit? I'll be that infinitely. But now, today, in this period, in this epoch, I'm a spirit in the flesh on earth. And there's laws that govern that. Okay? I have to breathe. My heart has to keep on pumping. And there has to be a balance there. Okay? So there's all kinds of laws. You have to obey the laws of gravity. You are able to do what you were created to do. This is where people that don't believe that, they only don't believe it because they have never done a study outside of that. You never done a study astrologically to see how. So people ask me how, I can't explain it to you. Because you need to see it. You need to, first of all, understand what I'm doing if you're asking about what I'm doing. Then you need to really see it, like, go get your grandmother's chart. That's when, and you need to understand it. So that when you bring your grandmother's chart to me and I show you how, then I'm just not pointing at anything. Okay? There's certain systems you understand. I was explaining to you the other day. Right? The fifth house in the chart, which is 120 degrees from the ascendant. From 120 degrees to 150 degrees, this field right here of energy yields creativity for us. Okay? So if we could do whatever we want with our mind, how come I can't be Carl Lewis tomorrow? How come I can't be Carl Lewis tomorrow? And how come you can't make another Carl Lewis? Have a baby, train this nigga to run every day. When he grows up, he's going to decide whether he wants to run or not. You don't get to dictate that. You get to dictate what you can do in the bounds of reality. That's where you have freedom at. Okay? Man is discovering new fields every year, every century, every millennia. And when we discover that field, we may now gain knowledge of it and use it. Knowledge is what saves us now. Things we have no knowledge of, we can't even begin to contemplate. Okay? So until these fields and these barriers are pushed, we are obeying the laws of reality. And what's really deep is this, you gotta look at this. I use Malcolm X's chart to describe this reality to people because everybody in this room knows who the fuck Malcolm is. You dig what I'm saying? If I use my chart, you don't really know what I've been through. We know Malcolm's story. You see? So this is why I use Malcolm X. But this applies to every single human being everywhere. Okay? Malcolm X was born with Mars, Pluto, in Cancer in the 7th house. So that's a sentence, y'all. Mars, Pluto, 7, Cancer. These are symbols in astrology, right? He was born in 1925. His wife was born in 1934. Okay? The 7th cusp describes your partner, describes your girlfriend, describes your husband, your fiance, your mate, the whore you're gonna fuck. It describes all that, okay? Whoever works in counterpart with you, the 7th house describes that. So Malcolm, being born in 1925, his chart said that he would marry a woman who dies in a fire at home. And he was born 9 years before her. Just coincidentally, he happened to pick a woman who what? Who dies in a fire at home. See? Mars and Pluto conjunct in Cancer also means a fatal wound to the chest. How did Malcolm die, y'all?
Fatal wound, shotgun.
Now, did he put that together? So how did it happen? We don't know. We know that it happened. We know that his chart said it. Now, mind you, he was born 9 years before his wife, and his chart already described the death of his wife. So did he really pick Betty? Is my question to y'all. See? Because there are letters between him and Elijah Muhammad saying, which one should I pick? There's Sister Betty who da-da-da-da-da. There's Sister Margaret who da-da-da-da-da.
Right. He had options.
He did. It looks like he did, but when we look at his birth chart and the process of his life, that's bullshit. That's a lie. He did. According to general visual perception, he picked Betty. Absolutely true. Yes, he picked Betty. Right. Until you look at his fucking birth chart. You look at his birth chart, it says that his wife dies at home in a fire. It even puts the grandson there. Who wasn't even born when Malcolm died. And it put the death of the grandson there with those same planets. Wow. You see? He died of a head wound. Mars is the head. Mars is violence. Mars is fire. Mars is penetration.
Right.
You see?
He got stabbed up.
Yeah. No, he got bludgeoned.
He got bludgeoned.
I learned from he went to Mexico and got bludgeoned. This is when I pulled up that chart.
Right.
Okay? So when you look at
don't stump him.
Oh my God.
We're just looking the phone up. Read that.
So when you look at the consequences of an action, you understand what I'm saying? You look at this happening, and we say, well, Malcolm decided to be a leader of men. That shit is in his birth chart. He didn't decide that he was born. Yet it is written in the chart the day he was born that he was going to be a leader of men. He's going to be a self-transformed man. That he had the moon in Aries and Mars in Cancer. Both of them say house fire. So he had that in his chart twice. And in Brooklyn, his house got set on fire. And then when he was a little boy, his house burned down. So when you see all of these celestial descriptions of reality that did not take place until years later, and the number of years later that it happened matches the number of degrees geometrically. See, this is when you begin to say, yeah, he didn't pick Betty, so it wasn't in his plan. He was part of a plan. His picking Betty was part of a plan. It wasn't his plan. Though it looked like he decided to get married and pick Betty. Though it looks like you look at a nigga and decide that you're going to have a crush on him. You think I like him. You think you decide to like him. Right. Well, what is it when you look at a nigga and don't like him? You don't decide to not like him, you don't like him. Right? So when you study the geometry relationship between you and that person, you'll see why you don't like them. Right? You'll see why this person offended you. I'm gonna show you, give an example. I like to write and type in all capital letters.
You sure do.
Okay? This is how I write, this is how I print. Okay, so on the internet, that shit ain't really allowed, right? People don't like that. They can all kiss ass. But anyway, I run into every now and then a person who is like, yo, why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? I'm like, I'm not yelling. I said, I suppose when you walk down the aisle, you know, to buy shit, because everything is in capital letters on the cans and on the labels, that shit is just yelling at you.
Right.
And, you know, the woman was this actually giving me a headache. I said, why don't you just cut your head off? It won't bother you. It won't bother you anymore.
No more gas,
real
man.
quick.
You're giving them all the gas.
Real quick, y'all. I need, clap it up, y'all. Please clap it up. What we're about to do, even on the online, is we're about to take a break, right? We're gonna do about a 15-minute break, 20-minute break. And we're also going to all be moving into the VIP lounge. All right. We're going to move the cameras into the VIP lounge. But before we move the cameras into the VIP lounge, I'm going to take the phone camera and we're going to move you around to all of the businesses, because we got to introduce you to all of the businesses. And we want you to know who is here, because holidays are here. So we need you to support our businesses. Peace, family. Peace to you and yours, brother Red Pillar. All right. This is the intermission. All right. And we have a word from our sponsors. Please join us August the 29th, which is a Saturday, in Brooklyn, New York, at Nicholas, Brooklyn, 1396 Fulton Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11216. Doors will open up at 7 p.m. and the show starts at 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. And we are so proud to announce that we have our good brother Ross Ben in the building. The 2026 prediction market from Jason to Janice. All right. He will be in rare form. We will have vendors in the building. We will have Ross Ben's books in the building. Ross Ben will be in the building delivering a lecture that you cannot miss. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this year has been very unpredictable. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this year has been very challenging to you and yours, but fret not, worry not. If you have a GPS of what the next few months is going to look like, you could properly prepare and plan. Not only can you properly prepare and plan, if you want to get into the prediction markets, if you want to put a little few dollars where your predictions are, then you will be able to benefit off of the intellect and the insight that our good brother Ross Ben is going to provide you. We are not financial advisors or things of that nature. We are prediction models. So make sure you're in the building. If you're not able to make it to the Brooklyn event, no worries. We are going to be broadcasting live. This will be available for you on the live stream. Shout out to the Patreons. We look forward to seeing you in Brooklyn, New York at Nicholas Bookstore. Peace, love, and light.
We the collectors of the art, the thinkers, the doers, the knowers, the architectures of the art. Triple dark moon protectors of the hearts. Triple dark mega yachts, 444 megawatts. Firm biz, nature, Foxy, AZ, Don, Escobar, moving megatons, mega bucks. 444 megatrons that call mega bus. Went from Sega bus and a mega bus as we embark upon a hero's journey. Opening scene in Carlito's Way, laid out on a hero's journey, staring off afar into the canopy of stars, unto Atlanta, me on Mars. Mama, my third eye active, captive. Seventh heaven opened up the third eye atlas. On the third eye Thursdays, Voltron formed with bird's eye wordplay. Via the third eye persons in third grade. Revenge of the blur days, the Vic Mentor, mixed with the elixir serpenta. Welcome to the center of a mentor.
Got the gods excited as I'm strapped up in my captain's chair. Autopilot, spacecraft, I don't have to stare. Start arriving, pass through natural wear and crack the atmosphere. The daddy's here, tinfoil hatters that were gathered there just clapped in chairs. Left the faculty of NASA scared. Donald Trump started acting weird, he just sat and stared. I hit up Billy Carson for a chat, we're galactic pairs. Grabbed the bear, acid in a chalice full of dragon tears. Cone-headed, 12-foot giant with a gold melon, native suit, ants-eyed Christ that the Catholics fear. Universal soldier, the predator. I'm traveling the galaxy for challenges. You clash with me, I'll scrap you there. Warlord, I can smell the blood when the battle's near. I see the smoke from the disaster that happens after clear. Voyant, telepathic, empathic seer. I'll imagine Adam somewhere and then astral travel there. It's fact, I swear, cross 1 billion light years in half a year. I'll teleport through different dimensions like after Alistair. Magic mare, summon the ghost of the late Delbert Blair. Alistair, Broly, I sat in prayer and my dad appeared. Savage, I'll attack a bear, smack him bare, handed claws, hit him with the paws like he acting queer. Split his jaw, crack a crown, lost a canine, ain't no lassie hair. See the teeth flying out his mouth like some babonaire. Catch a tooth, attach it to my staff, now I have a spare. Stab the bear, wait and pick the scab, then re-stab the bear. A lion heart, 3 eagle eyes, 2 rabbit ears. I like it dark, I see the sound waves that a bat would hear. Rather weird, the fact that I have all his natural talents rare. Physical athletic abilities that I have compared to Bron as a cavalier. Shaq in his magic year, Kobe when he had the fro, and Jordan when he had some hair. Vince Carter back on the Raptors when T-Mac was there. Iverson, why we still talking about practice here? Compared to you, Earth is a 3-dimensional massive sphere. Compared to me, Earth is a 2-dimensional flattened square. Oh my, look up in the sky, what's that up there? It's not a comet, rocks made of ice are not that aware. It's not a drone, anything else that was manufactured here. It's a craft, cleverly disguised like a mask I wear. Glad he's here, 3-eye atlas in your stratosphere. Galaxy to galaxy, I traffic and I rack a tear. Fuck Earth, all I see is fags and crack addicts here. Everyone's cursed, God is so mad that he had to swear. Say your last prayers, get your bags prepared. When my crowd prepares, it means the revelation chapter's near. You gon' hear a blast and a flash of flare. Blinded, shining like the platinum that a rapper wears. Destroy Earth, leave, look back and cry happy tears. Watch the simulation crash and call Apple tears. Out of gas, I stole it from the sun and caused plasma flare. Gotta say I, then hit me on the app, I got facts to share.
Affluence.
Then I hack and Palantir and clear the data there.
Altruism, unity, wholeness, precision, authentic love, harmony, healing, activation, tranquility, resilience, consistency, vitality, magnitude, chaos. The rightful ruler's back.
Thanks, brother, for the sound. The sound. Every time I hear the sound. Yes, I. You want to bring us forward in, Fred?
Huh?
You want to bring us forward in with a word or two? You know,
Let's go. Let's pick back up where we left off. We changed, we shifted the vibes, right? We made sure the vibes were good with the sound bowl. So part 2, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. All right, ancestral intelligence. Okay.
All right, go back one slide. So remember, we were talking about the how our ancestors view the structure of the galaxy. Okay, so they said not. All right, I'm gonna speak on. I'm gonna use it not as the example. It's like a temple. Okay, but if we study Egypt, we study the Dogon, we'll probably see mirror perspectives. You with me? But Enoch is kind of in the West, I would say not is the clearest articulate the symbolism we can most relate to. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem so foreign to us, you know? All right, so Knox says that there's 7 heavens with 24 gates. We talked about the gates already, but I'm going to just summarize it for us real quick while we're here in this new set, right? We know today, as I would assume if you're here, you're a student of astrology, okay? So I'm making certain assumptions, all right? But there's sidereal astrology, practicing the East, right? And there's what they call geocentric or earth-centered astrology in the West. And they seem to conflict each other, right? If you look, a lot of people look at it as either or, right? I'm either gonna work with the sidereal lens or the geocentric lens, right? Not work with both. Yeah, 24 gates, right? 12 geocentric, 12 sidereal, right? So, what are them? I was just about to. Yeah, got it. All right. So, what we will call the geocentric heaven, right, will be the lower 3 heavens of the night: the atmosphere, the ionosphere, and the lunosphere. And I mentioned the relevance of that earlier with y'all talking about the ionosphere is connected to Earth's magnetosphere, right? And you know, we have a magnetic field. We're biomagnetic, right? Let me get it real quick. I'm gonna push the chair. So, Earth's ionosphere, if we were to, study it and the ionosphere's relationship to human behavior on Earth. We couldn't do that by studying the sidereal realm of the lens, the stars, because the stars don't influence the ionosphere. What influences the ionosphere the most is the sun, the electromagnetic polarity of the sun. And how do we measure Earth's relationship to the sun? The equinoxes and the solstice, right? And that's usually how geocentric astrologers, I'm in this awkward position where, right, the technology's in front of me, but I feel compelled to talk to a human. So it's, excuse me, trying to juggle this, all right? Yeah, thank y'all. Love y'all. Thank you so much. So, geocentric astrology makes the houses based on the relationship of equinoxes and solstices, which tells us Earth's relationship to the sun, right? And sidereal astrologers will debate geocentric astrologers and say that doesn't, like, the constellation Capricorn, you're saying the house of Capricorn's here when the constellation Capricorn's here. So y'all are off, right? But that doesn't account for or explain why geocentric astrology works, right? And so what they have to realize, or what we have to reawaken, because see, we didn't have this conflict. Our vision of the heavens, and because that's why I'm using the Dender zodiac as an example to show you that our representation of the Zodiac had many heavens in it, right? It's geocentric and sidereal. It was, you know, we didn't think either or. We felt both anyway. Okay, just like I think I already said this, but I'll repeat it. Where if I'm in the lab with a microscope, I'm not looking at the macroscope of the heavens, but I'm looking through a microscope. Microscope might have several lenses on it, like 3 lenses that you could flip and choose which lens you want, depending on the magnitude will best let you see what you're looking at, right? So I think that's how we use the sidereal and the geocentric lens. We use the sidereal lens when we looked at epochs and ages, earth cycles, you know? Like the precession of the equinox is used, you know what I mean? Sidereal astrology was kind of used along those lines, defining longer epochs in earth cycles, right? Geocentric astrology was you. If I wanted to know what you're going to do tomorrow and you're going to do next week and we're going to experience next year, I'm going to use geocentric astrology because I'm looking at the ionosphere, the electromagnetic impulses that are going on, impacting people's nervous systems, the collective, and impacting the environment and the atmosphere, right? That's what geocentric, and this tells us why geocentric astrology works. You know, meaning, I think there's countless examples. You have 2 with you of geocentric astrologers who are just like, golly, whatever you doing, yeah. The house you say the house of Capricorn's here, but the constellations over there. Well, you looking at something that, like, whatever you see, it's like what I'm seeing, right?
Hey, pardon me, let me interrupt. What did you do with my iPad?
It's on that
counter.
Yeah, no, look where the coats are hanging up. It's on top of it.
Okay.
I excuse me. So, I'm just explaining how we view, like, because a lot of us, we're learning astrology from the West or the East. So we're learning this dichotomy, right? As I'm studying, I guess, Enochian, Egyptian astrology, right? It's like, wow, we weren't, so that's what 3-Eye Atlas told me. You know what? Now's the time. You gotta think. You gotta take them outside of Pluto. You know what I mean? All right. So the 3 lower heavens, and these are what geocentric astrologers focus most on: the atmosphere, ionosphere, and lunosphere. Okay, but the space between Earth and the Moon is the lunosphere. Okay, the ionosphere, I told you, is about 60 miles in the sky above the surface. Okay, it's a band of charged particles so basically plasma, right? That it's like Earth's plasma. You know how we have plasma in our blood? Earth has a plasma too. Okay, and that's where her plasma is, about 60 miles above the atmosphere. Okay, and the lunosphere. So that's the lower heavens. The higher heavens, there are 4 of them: the solar system, Sirius, the Milky Way spiral arm, and the galactic core. Those are the 7 heavens. Okay? The atmosphere, so we're in the first heaven. right? We're in the atmosphere. We're in it, right? This is the first heaven. Second heaven, ionosphere. Third heaven, lunosphere. Fourth heaven is the entire solar system. Fifth heaven is the Sirius star system. Sixth heaven is the Milky Way. Seventh heaven is the galactic core. Just to relate this to the book of Enoch, Enoch goes on a tour of the seven heavens. The angels take him on a tour of the seven heavens. Archangel Michael and Gabriel, and a couple of the archangels, Uriel, and it's bad. It was four of them. Uriel, Gabriel, Michael, and Raphael. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yes. So they take Enoch on a tour of the seven heavens. And they don't say, hey, this is the ionosphere. Hey, this is the galactic core. What we have to do is, beyond studying astrology, we got to study astronomy and astrophysics. We have to study the structure of our galactic community. And then when Enoch is taken on this tour, and the angels are, he's describing what he saw, you'd be like, right? So this is how what I said is going to be the question of 26. Where are we in the galaxy? Where are we in the galaxy? Okay. All right. So now, let's go back real quick before I come here. It's one other thing I want to mention.
Give the slides.
I'll share them. Sure, why not? What you might need to do is, what I'll do is I'll leave this with red pill. A coordinated red pill. How's that?
That's good, Bruce.
All right. So now we see there's these beings outside of the zoo disc, and they're each holding their arms up, right? So they represent, let's say we're Western astrologers, right? And we want to reawaken this and grounded in the research we've done so far. Okay. There is a branch of astrology that kind of deals with this. Okay. Not from our cultural angle. They've taken it back to Egypt and Ethiopia. Okay. But what they're talking about is what we're depicting in these. You with me? Mm-hmm. It's called the 16th harmonic. The 16th harmonic. Okay? So now, if you divide 360 by 16, 22.5 degrees. Okay? So the 16th harmonic is every 22.5 degree of the zodiac. You with me? Mm-hmm. You know how each sign is 30 degrees, 30. Mm-hmm. So imagine if you're looking not for 12, but 16. Each section will be broke up into 22.5 degrees. And that's what those arms represent. Mm-hmm. All right? So the 12 nectar are upholding heavens with 24 hands. And then you got the lower heavens and the upper heavens. Okay? So now, let's talk about these 20 to 24 portals. Okay, okay. So now what's happening? Now, Remember we shared that the zoo disc probably used to be our compass in the galaxy, right? That if we looked at one certain constellation, we'd be looking into our galactic community. If we were looking at a certain constellation, we might be looking in the outer darkness of our community. And if we were looking in the constellations kind of square to them, we'd be looking at like some important parts of our community, right? I would say galactically, that square has earned the name the mutable cross. Have y'all heard about the mutable cross? No. Okay, so it's defined by the mutable signs. Okay, and the mutable cross seems to be the four signs that define our galactic north, south, east, west. Okay, and plus there's some other portals, and let's talk about them real quick. Okay, so the galactic core point, that big black hole in this middle of our galaxy, right? It's so far away. Yeah. I should back up. I say that it's surrounded by thousands of stars. Okay, because its gravity is pointed to them, right? But it's so far away. Those thousands of stars seem like one point of light. Okay, that one point of light, what do we see that point of light as? What do we call it? It's in the constellation Sagittarius. It's Sagittarius A. It's the brightest star in the constellation Sagittarius. So if you go out at night and look at the constellation Sagittarius, you're looking into our galactic community. And if you see the brightest star, that's Sagittarius A, that's the core of our galaxy. That's the seventh heaven. Okay? That's the big black hole at the center of our galaxy. And so you can read the book of Enoch and see what he says he saw when he went there. Okay? All right. So now, that galactic core, 26 degrees Sagittarius. Sagittarius A is at 26 degrees. Okay? So, remember we said the 16th harmonic is, and I should before I even go there. So now let's make a cross. Let's visualize a cross from the galactic core. So 26 degrees Gemini, 26 degrees Virgo, 26 degrees Pisces. Y'all can visualize that? All right. So those are galactic portals that are created because of their relationship to the seventh heaven. Y'all with me? Yes. Just like how we build with what? We don't build with circles. We build with beams and girders. Don't we? Mm-hmm. When we're building a structure, we got it, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's four of them. 26 degrees Sagittarius, which probably I would consider the most important galactic portal. Right. Because like I said, it's the seventh heaven. Right. Right. Big dogs in there. There's big dogs in there. Mm-hmm. Okay. And Gemini, Virgo, Pisces, 26 degrees. Have the mutable cross. This is the mutable cross. Okay. Mm-hmm. So now, let's talk about the 16th harmonic. We said every 22.5 degrees, right? So let's start with the first sign of the zodiac, Aries. 0 degrees, Aries, it's galactic born. When's the next one going to be? 22.5 degrees, Aries. Okay? So each cardinal sign has 2 galactic portals. It's important to remember. Right. Okay? even though the galaxy is built on the mutable cross,
Right.
its energy is like most obvious and like
Dynamic.
thank you, in the cardinal sign, because they have two galactic portals.
Right.
So Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, each have two galactic portals. Okay. 0 degrees and 22.5 degrees. Right?
Right.
What, let's go 22.5 degrees beyond that. Okay. Now we're at 15 degrees of fixed signs. So Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius.
Right.
The 15 degree of each of those signs. The midpoint, right? The midpoint of each of those degrees is a galactic portal. All right? And there's 16 of all those. Okay? So you add those up to the mutable cross created by the galactic core. That's your range of galactic portals. That's what was represented. Go back to slide. That's what these guys is representing. Okay?
Okay.
And
Temple of Dendara.
it was said, if you, let's say you want to be an indigenous astrologer, a Western astrologer. Let's say you want, like, you're an indigenous person, you want to take this thing way back, way back, right? We have to start incorporating galactic portals in our looking at our own charts.
Right.
So I hope I'm inspiring you to go home. I'm inspiring you to go home and pull your chart out and circle all your galactic portals and see where your planets are in relationship to your galactic portals. And is your rising on a galactic portal? And, yeah. Because what I would say is, I'll get to that. I won't even bring that up now. All right, we can go on. Hey, so Red, they asked for a copy of this. Okay.
Yeah.
And so what I'm gonna do is leave this with you. And can you make sure they get it?
Of course. As long as I got your emails, nobody snuck in here, right? Everybody paid. If everybody paid and I got your email, you a ticket holder, you're actually going to get a whole PDF pack. It's going to be, you're getting a whole entire pack.
Okay.
So,
because this is foundational. This is good. This, like, if you are, like I said, 3i Atlas has shown the limits of Western astrology. Why do I say that?
Right.
The internet is full of so much blah, blah, blah about 3i Atlas. Who's talking about it astrologically?
Right. It's fluff.
It's like the astronomers talking about the Atlas. The astrophysicists are talking about the Atlas.
Right.
The astrologers are saying, yeah, in February for Pisces, blah, blah, blah. Like, come on. Where is your... Because we don't have a galactic, because most Western astrologers don't have a galactic awareness. So it's don't even fit in their, it don't fit in their reality.
Right.
Okay? We have to change that. Their Atlas is telling us, change that.
Right.
And that's why we're here on the street. That's why we're reasoning on astrology. With 3i Atlas is the closest approach to Earth, the new moon, the solstice.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So y'all got the galactic portals. Any questions on this before we go on? All right. Give thanks. So now, what do I say galactic center of astrology is? What do I think? This is where I spit. This is my opinion.
That's right.
All right. All right?
It's your theory.
It's my theory.
Yeah.
Galactic centered astrology is God centered astrology.
I love it.
How the omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent creative force of all manifest in our lives. And this is why I say this. And y'all can finish reading it if you want. All right. But all right. In Western astrology, where's God? Where's God in Western astrology? Like
Right.
what keywords, what houses, what planets rule God in Western astrology?
Isn't that the sun?
No. Jupiter is the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the house? And what's the sign?
Sagittarius.
That rules shared worship, but not your direct. It's not the God in you. What house? Huh? No. That's Saturn's a planet. We're talking about a sign in the house. Our Father's house with many mansions.
Is it the 12th house?
The house is at
The 12th, money.
12th
The
house.
12th house. Yeah.
Okay. So now
That came from this chat. Yeah, they said the 12th. Right before
give
you said
thanks.
it.
Give thanks. They know what it is. Our Father's house with many mansions. Let me break it down for you real quick. 12 is the first abundant number, meaning it's a number whose divisors equal more than itself. 12 divisors is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, which equals 16. Right? So it's my Father's house with many mansions. The 12th house has many mansions. Right? So, but how do y'all feel about the 12th house? The 12th house, and I'll even say this in asking that question. The 12th house is the house that rules all things beyond our control that impact your life. So all things beyond your control that impact your life. Can you hear that and not get a twinge of fear? Not get a twinge of apprehension? But the issue is that God and the angels are outside of your control, right? Mm-hmm. So it's in the 12th house we have our direct and personal relationship with God and the angels. Okay? So they've relegated God to 30 degrees, right? In a house that most people have some fear or apprehension to approach. You know, you meet a rare astrologer who talk about the 12th house without hints of fear. Okay? Am I right?
I'm just gonna skip you.
Well, I think when you realize it's our Father's house with many mansions, and that is where God and the angels are. It's a house you might want to find yourself and be in. Change your relationship to it. This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm bringing it up, right? Because if you use Western astrology as your connection outside of Earth, right? It's going to really put fear in your mind and heart and about God, right? So it's not cool, right? Mm-hmm. So now, the galactic portals, every house, every sign has galactic portals. What are they? They're how God enters our lives in each of those Because you know God is part of like God brings us our mate, right? God brings us our money. God protects us, right? Right? So it's the galactic portal of each of those signs, each of those houses that we see how God is touching us, how God is influencing us in that realm in our life, right? Okay. So here's some of the key words I've associated with them. Again, y'all are going to get this, right? But we say 26 degrees Sagittarius. Some of the key words is the seventh heaven. It's the divine throne chariot of the Ancient of Days, you know. It's the dwelling place of God. It's the Merkaba, you know. It's, you know, so what is 7.5 degrees? Oh, excuse me, what's 26 degrees? Gemini is the gates of hell to outer darkness. It's the portal to all that opposes God. Luciferian influence, temptation, and fatal decision making. You know? This anybody wanna like ask about a sign particularly? Let's look at its keywords.
Taurus.
All right, Taurus. So 15 degrees Taurus, where God blesses one with abundance and prosperity. How God brings money and comfort into one's life. And that aren't those the themes of Taurus? Yeah. So 15 degrees Taurus, we could give it even more specific keywords related to God, right? And when we do this, a lot of scriptures, it's like, they take on a whole new meaning, you know? So, anybody want, like Virgo, okay? Clean hands, pure heart. Jah works. How we serve God through our daily works. How cleanliness is next to godliness. Here we go. Right? That's what I'm talking about. Things from the Bible take on whole new meanings. When we look for this galactic, see, we're bringing God back into astrology. Right? It's not the, you know, it's not dichotomized. Right? Cleanliness is godliness manifest in our lives, how our habits, lifestyles, and eating protocol aligns us with God. Okay? At 7.5 degrees Virgo. All right? Y'all with me? So y'all gonna get this. We don't have to go through each one. Because y'all got it. Right? All right. All right. 3-eye atlas. Let's look at some astrology of 3. Y'all ready, huh? Y'all like, oh shit, y'all see where I'm going? I'm ready. Yeah. In here acting like Ahku, getting all excited. All right, so now, because see, like I was saying, this the galactic orientation. Being aware of where we are in the galaxy, right, and what the galactic portals mean, and all of that, gives a whole new meaning to 3-eye
a new lens to look at it.
Lens.
It's all dimensional now. It's a bird's eye view.
I saw astronomers on YouTube talking about 3-eye atlas. I saw astrophysicists on YouTube talking about 3-eye atlas. I ain't seen no astrologers. Did y'all?
Nope.
No. There were no astrologers. What? Why? Because they took the intergalactic out of the west. The intergalactic dimension, they made it to the west.
Yeah, because of religion.
And then make it to the west. Okay? So now, all right, because 3-eye atlas entered backward, We're going to be going from the bottom to the top. Okay? So, I just explained that to you. So now, this is the chart of the day it was first observed, the day it first came into a human awareness, July 1st. Okay? And you see it, interestingly, the aspects kind of made an interesting pentagram, delta type, delta symbol, like kind of mystic, just even how the planets were arranged that day, right? All right, so now it came from the direction of the galactic core. And galactic core in 26 degrees Sagittarius, that's where it came from. It's not where it's first observed, but the trajectory it was coming and where it was first observed, they were like, oh yeah, it's coming from around 26 degrees Sagittarius. It was first observed in the early degrees of Sagittarius. Let's go back one, so I can say this. Let's look at 7.5 degrees Sagittarius. Okay, this is important. Spiritual traditions and our connections to divinely inspired people throughout time, our religion and spiritual rites, pilgrimages, vision quests, and our search for God in external experiences, universal law versus the laws of man. Yes, so that's the galactic portal that was first observed. And this portal is called Heaven's Gates. Okay? Like, how you go through pearly gates before you get to heaven? So the seventh heaven, 26.5 degrees Sag. To get there, you have to go through 7.5 degrees Sagittarius. Okay? All right, thank you. So now, this is where it was first observed. In Heaven's Gates, 7.5 degrees Sagittarius, coming from the galactic core, the seventh heaven, 26 degrees. You with me?
On July the 1st. A few days before that, we was on Stone Mountain. That was June the 28th, my brother. That day go down in history. That's when B-Dell and all of them was up there saying Atlanta is Atlantis. That's when thousands of us converged on Crystal. We taking you to Crystal Mountain when you
here.
We taking you to Crystal Mountain, my brother.
They would say
tonight we going to Jeju. We going to the spa.
I'm just have my
you feel me? Nah, deadass. We're going to the Korean spa tonight. We're gonna go in the sauna. We're gonna go in the steamer. We're gonna go just get a massage by the Koreans. That's right. They got an amethyst room.
I need to hear.
They got a. Everybody's invited. I'm sorry.
Don't break my.
All right.
Go ahead. Get out because I just
yes. Go ahead. I just want to say that we summoned that and we was on point with the. But go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So it was first observed, and this is the chart for that day of observation.
Okay.
The day it was seen.
Oh, that's the chart of it.
This is the day it was first observed.
Right.
In Heaven's Gates, the early degrees of Sagittarius. Around 7.5 degrees Sagittarius, coming from the seventh heaven, which is at 26 degrees Sagittarius. Right? Okay.
July is the 7th month.
Okay, so in the 7th month, it traveled through Sagittarius and Scorpio. Okay. In September, it traveled through Libra. October 3rd, made its closest point to Mars. Okay? Then on December 19th, its closest point to Earth. And you see its closest point to Earth was near the latter degrees, even though it was not Libra for us. Right? I think it was Aquarius for us. But No, what's December 19th? It's close to Aquarius. That's Sagittarius. Right?
Sag.
Way our rotation was going, close point, when it was at its closest point to Earth, Leo was the celestial backdrop. And the closest fixed star to our atlas at that time was Regulus. Okay.
Wow.
So Regulus is the brightest, it's like Leo A, it's the brightest star Leo. And we know the keywords associated with Regulus is like, you know how we say, hey king, hey queen, and royalty, royalty, and fifth house is associated with royalty. It's really because it's the home of Regulus.
Right.
And that's where 3i Atlas was when it was at its closest point to Earth. Okay? Aligned with, I'll say that's what it was aligned to, Regulus. Okay? So, I think that's important. That's significant, right? Something to be aware of. So March of 26, it's going to make its closest point to Jupiter. It's something we need, you know, just because it's made its closest point to Earth this weekend, it's still going.
Still traveling, still working.
Yeah, it's still working, because one thing we got to remember, its closest point to the sun, perihelion, right? Well, when it entered our solar system, it was a blob of iron and titanium, primarily.
Right.
Right? Just regular iron. But then when it flew close to the sun, it seemed to trigger the sun releasing coronal mass ejections and solar flares in its direction. And that changed the iron to magnetite. Okay? It changed the iron into the crystalline form of magnetite. The way we make magnets on Earth, we take iron and we run an electric charge through it, which causes all of the molecules to line up and go in one direction. And that's what makes them attract one another. So the sun did the same thing. Throughout Atlas past the sun hit it with a bunch of electricity, which aligned its molecules, right? And now it's charged. That's magnetic charge. So when it flew by us this weekend, near us and near Regulus this weekend, it's magnified, influencing our ionosphere and magnetosphere.
Right.
Oh, right?
Electromagnetic.
Yeah. So it's going to fly by Jupiter in March. And we know the influence Jupiter has on us. Jupiter being, you know, the ruler of space. Saturn's the ruler of time, Jupiter's the ruler of space. That's important. And and let's we can go over to this side now. By mid-2030, so 3i Atlas is going to be in our solar system until mid-2030.
Wow.
A giant magnet.
Wow.
Is flying through our solar system until 2030. A giant magnet, not a giant clump of iron and titanium.
Right.
A giant magnet.
Wow.
Until mid-2030. And where it's leaving the solar system is a cardinal sign. What do we say about the cardinal sign? What do we say about the cardinal signs, the galactic portals?
Crosses.
That's the mutable cross. What about cardinal signs? You said it, brother.
Did I say it?
You did. Cardinal signs have two galactic portals, which makes them galactically the what? Most dynamic. Okay. So it's leaving out of a cardinal sign. So Cancer, it's leaving out of Cancer. Let's talk about our galactic relationship to Cancer because it's important. How you doing, brother? Respect. So we already talked, we're serious. We already talked about this because Rob Koo was affirming this. We're serious. 13 degrees serious. 13 degrees Cancer. Okay? I have 14 degrees, but 13, 14 degrees Cancer, they're serious. And each cardinal sign has galactic portals where? 7.5 and 27. There's 1 degree and 22.5. But I had just 1 and 22. So in the sign of Cancer, remember, this is where 3 Atlas is going. This is where it's leaving. It came in from the 7th heaven, came through heaven's gates, right? It's leaving through the sign that has 2 galactic portals and Sirius. Remember, when we were looking at how the 7 heavens, remember Enoch said there's 7 heavens.
The 7 heavens, right.
What are those 7 heavens? The atmosphere, ionosphere, lunosphere, solar sphere, Sirius, the Milky Way spiral arm, and the galactic core. So this thing is traveling from Enoch's 7th heaven, the galactic core, to its Enoch's 5th heaven, Sirius.
Right.
Isn't that interesting? Mm-hmm. 2 galactic portals. Through heaven's gates. Leaving out through the Cancers. And what is Cancer represent in humanity? That would like birth something.
The mother, the nurture.
The womb, right? So it's exiting. It's coming our solar system.
Like it
got magnetized.
Right.
Right? Right?
Right.
Like fertilized.
Fertilized. Charge.
Right?
Got that charge.
Right?
The divine spark.
Right?
Right.
And now it's leaving out the Cancer. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
Wow.
This is why we need to be galactic with our astrology.
Wow.
Because I ain't heard nobody talking
Yo, clap it up. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. It's in cool. It's in cool sometimes. Like, God damn. That's what I'm saying. Like, we unlocking shit. We doing things on beyond PhD levels. Like, this would get a standing ovation in an Oxford, in an Ivy League. You feel me? Like, we gotta start shifting our whole everything. We gotta know who's in front of us and who's amongst us and what these moments represent. Because if we don't push that envelope and then we see them white boys show up and they pushing it, we get in our feelings. But when that shit get revealed to us, we too cool to even give it what it deserves. Like we gotta work on that. We really do. As a collective, like we gotta give people their moment. You know what I mean? When this is a breakthrough. This is a breakthrough.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is a breakthrough. And there's noise outside. You feel me? And there's breakthroughs taking place. So
Cancer, 3 galactically important points. 2 galactic portals, 0 degrees Cancer, 22.5 degrees Cancer, and Sirius, which is at 13 degrees Cancer. And that's where it's leaving. It appears to be coming from the 7th heaven and in the direction of the fifth heaven, right? Yeah. It got fertilized by a sun, magnetized by a sun. Like, yeah. Astrology needs us to remember our Ethiopian Egyptian astrology and to build upon Western astrology because it's a limit. It's the limit. Like I said, there's so much out on the internet on the 3i app, right? But it's astronomers, observers of the heaven, and astrophysicists, researchers of what's in the heaven. Where were the astrologers? Where they could tell us something that we could incorporate in our lives and make meaningful, in our lives. Where were they? That part. We was where, So it's on us. And so who is it on? It's on us. All right. So now let's jump in. We're going to jump. So I guess y'all see now with the timing. Our 3i Atlas came at the beginning of the year, the end of 25, beginning of 26. It's like, this, it's a message it's part of the message for the year. It's giving us our purpose for the year. To think intergalactically in different realms of our life. I'm using astrology as an example, but, All right, so now, let's look at the chart for 26. And since Ahku is here, and we're kind of talking about techniques, right? I talked about the galactic technique a little bit. I will just share a moment to say, what do I do for year to year? Okay. High noon charts, January 1st. If we say the zenith of a day represents its maximum expression of itself, right? And January 1st can be seen as a microcosm of the year. So if we look at the maximum expression of the microcosm, we can get a good idea what the macrocosm is going to look like for the whole year. Okay, so that's what we do. So this is a chart we look at for year to year. And it seems to work. Okay, it seems to work. Just like if we say our birth chart represents our energy, right? This can be looked at as a year's birth chart, right? The zenith of January 1st. And I will throw one other factor in it. We want to set it for a geopolitically significant place, like Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Beijing, London. I like Philly because Philly got a little mystic vibe to it, right? It's like just the mysteries with Philly.
So this is sort of like a dial, you're saying, that you could turn the dial based off of the seeds?
No. You're setting your chart.
January
1st, high noon.
Right.
If you want to let that be the chart for the year.
Exactly.
Okay? It has to be in like a geopolitically hot spot.
Right. To pick up all of the, right. Okay.
Yes.
But that's still like a dial though. Different hot spots will any different hot spots yield any different results?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I've never done that. I've never set multiple charts for the same year in different places.
Right.
To see if I would get a different reading.
Yeah, up until now. Yeah, yeah.
Up until
Let's go. Let's continue, please. Be cooking.
Yeah. No, keep that. Let's look at this. Okay. So now we're going to just kind of review the New Year chart and look at some one of keywords that might be active this year. Okay. Look, if you see, this is almost an opportunity to review too, because if you see my 24 reading, I said, hey, we're on the prophetic stage. If y'all watched my prophetic, we did a show reviewing the prophetic stage.
5 hours on Thursday.
Yeah.
5 hours. Yeah. I put that in the replay. And when we give y'all the PDFs and everything, I'll put the 5 hour show. I'll put everything leading up to this moment, the work that I did with Ahku.
Yeah.
And all of the shows that we did leading up to this. We did a lot of lead up.
Yeah. So we'd have to say how we've been on the prophetic stage since 24, right? 26 gonna be the curtain call. Okay? It's gonna be the curtain call. Why do we say that? One of the players, the two players that are on the prophetic stage are Neptune and Saturn in the 12th house of Pisces. Okay? They're both gonna be making big shifts in 26. Okay? And as a matter of fact, right here, right now, as we speak, which is so deep, Neptune is on the 359th degree of the 360 degrees of the zodiac. Okay? And so it's about to shift into Aries. And so I think Neptune, Aries, on January 26th, Saturn will enter on May of 24th, 2026. So that's going to be ending about a 28-year full circle.
Right.
So a lot of things, a lot of cycles we've been in,
right,
are going to be sealing up next year.
Right.
Our own Saturn moves, right? But then with Neptune, to be honest, there's some Ahku shit. Where Ahku?
He's on his way. Yeah.
He on his way.
He's doing readings.
The Neptune cycle, when Neptune started at 1 degrees Aries and went all the way through the zodiac.
Yeah.
It was 168 years ago.
Right.
So what do we have to do to see what cycles put in motion in our lives at the beginning of that cycle? We got to study what our great-grandparents, our great-grandparents were doing and study their charts and look at what decisions they was making and look at where we're at today.
Right. So like the family Bibles could get broken down.
Yeah. Do that genealogy. This is important. And I do recommend that. I think, and this is what I would say. Let's say you did that. Let's say you counted back 168 years in your genealogy and identified your ancestors that were alive at that time and studied their lives and made charts for them, right? I think it would be very helpful for you to see where you're at now, because that cycle's ending January 26, 2026. The things they put in motion.
Right. It's coming to an end.
It's coming to an end in January. Come on now. Do your homework. Y'all with me?
All
right. Give thanks.
And that's a new beginning.
All day.
And it's a new beginning. Yes. It's a new beginning. And I guess that's why we got to do the study. Because
how else would we know about the new beginning if we didn't do the study?
Exactly. Yeah. And so, one other thing to mention about Neptune rules the unknown. Neptune rules the cosmic. So what is Neptune planetary ruler of?
Right, the unknown and the cosmic.
3 atlas.
3 atlas.
Okay. at the 359th degree of the zodiac. This week, right now. So when it's at the 359th degree of the zodiac, something comes from the cosmic unknown.
Yo, who got a recording studio? Anybody got access to a recording studio? No? Okay, no problem. I make phone calls.
All right.
I gotta get this man in the booth.
All right. Next one.
For real.
Oh no, this is it. So now, I guess these are some of the. Yeah, this is a challenge. Neptune and Saturn are square Mercury in the ninth house. I'll say it again. Those players on the prophetic stage, Neptune and Saturn, are square Mercury in the ninth house. Y'all see that? They got the square highlighted,
right?
Mercury and the players of the prophetic stage circulated. So what are some of the things we might see? Confusion in world leadership. You know how world leaders do their best to try to look poised, like they always know what they're doing?
Right.
We're going to, Trump might be acting like Biden. Okay?
Right.
Yeah. Or so, it's something we might all experience, a crisis of faith. Okay? The ninth house is the house, you could say, is the house of our religion. Okay? The house of our beliefs and dogmas and, you know, I'm going to hold the Sabbath, or I'm going to circumcise my child.
Shabbat shalom.
I'm going to eat kosher or whatever, right? All our little practices. Or I'm going to slay this ram. It's, you know,
right.
Igbo, whatever, right? An Igbo. So that's the ninth house.
You saying that's all going to be challenged, or
because there's a square? There's a square between the players on the world stage and the house where we have our direct and our personal relationship with God, who's beyond our control.
Wow.
There's some tension there. There's some stress there. So you're gonna have what we would call a spiritual practice, a spiritual discipline, a spiritual community that you're a part of, right? But then what's inside is going to be telling you something in conflict with that.
Wow.
Like, don't hang around with them bandits. They ain't real. Right? Or
that's happening this year.
Yeah. You know, whatever. Or maybe look, this is happening this year for me.
What's that?
I've been a vegetarian and a pescatarian.
Right.
So my 60s. Maybe I should.
Man, switch this up.
Maybe I should. I feel deficient. I feel vitamin deficient. Maybe I should bake a party steak. Party steak, like get down with the A1, like you know. Yeah. So we're all gonna be having a crisis in faith. Okay.
Understood.
And there'll be a lot of fanaticism in the world. We see that today with Charlie Kirkism and all of that. But ninth house is the house of fanaticism. And it's going to be stressing what's inside.
That 168 is minus 2026, not minus 2025, right? So
1850. Yeah. I can't do the math in my mind. Thank you. Thank you. 1958?
1858.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
And I also was going to ask.
Or is that 1860? Oh, I don't know. 1858. You're right.
Then I was going to ask you, have you ever done as far as the major cities from a geopolitical standpoint, have you ever done Port-au-Prince?
No.
Because, you know, they say
that's significant. So
exactly when you start to get into what's going on in the Western Hemisphere, you got to look at
everything shifted. Yeah, a lot of things shifted with that whole Louisiana Purchase for the Prince.
You know what? That's why we're sharing it collectively. That's why we're sharing our technique today, right? Because we ain't just serving y'all fish tonight. We're giving you the fishing rod with the worm on the hook.
Ooh.
Right? Because I can't do it all.
That's right.
Shit, I can't even do what I think I want to do now. You know? So if your thoughts of doing the astrology in a geomantically significant spot, and you know Port-au-Prince is going to be geomantically significant in 26 and 20, please share. Each one teach one.
Yes.
Collective work and responsibility.
That part.
That part. Give thanks. Yes, sir. All right. Boom. All right. So now, this 12th house players on the world stage, on the prophetic stage, is trining Jupiter in the 4th house. Ways I think that may manifest are opportunities to redeem our bloodline. Okay? And our domestic scene, like, hey, through all that we're going to be talking about, we're going to eat.
Right.
We are going to eat. We are going to have our daily bread. Okay? And we're going to have opportunities to redeem our bloodline. Our domestic scene might feel blessed, right? Families might actually, even though it's kind of counterintuitive because it's like the world's on the brink of war and, you know,
right.
But there might be more children and our families may increase. Our bloodlines may increase this year because Jupiter brings blessing. Whatever house is set, it's in 4th house. Right?
Beautiful.
Okay. So, and the players on the prophetic stage are trining that. Trining is a great aspect, right? And so the God within, if we say the 12th house is our direct personal relationship with God,
right?
Right? These, it's going to be blessing the home scene. Okay? All right. Thank you, brother.
What's the home scene?
Our house, our domestic scene, the 4th house. Okay. So, players on the prophetic stage are also sextiling Uranus in the 2nd house. So here's where the crumble comes in. Because, and we're going to talk more about Uranus. But Uranus is moving into Gemini. Right now it's in Taurus. It's going to start the year in Taurus. That's why we talk about crumbling and earthquakes and the shake-up. Okay? And I heard Red building on God's plan, generator, operator, destroyer. So Uranus' movement, Uranus is going to be the destroyer of 26.
Yes.
We're going to talk more about it. But it's all, Uranus is also in the 2nd house. And what does 2nd house rule? Our money.
Mm-hmm.
So Uranus bringing earthquakes in the house of money. What's that? Y'all know? Come on now. It's gonna be economic crumbling, right? The economic systems is gonna crumble.
So start hedging against it. Start shorting.
Also, Uranus is electricity in the house of money. So this whole electric money thing is, you know,
it's gonna pick up.
It's gonna
rise out the ashes.
Yeah.
But the traders who know how to do it, if you see the fall coming, you could set it up to where you'll benefit off the fall. That's gonna get you.
I would say this is the year to hedge.
Yeah, this is the head.
This is the year to hedge.
And short.
But you know what? To be honest, if it ends like how I kind of envisioned, it might not even be a hedge fund to cash in.
Right. It's all good.
Because the whole system might collapse.
Right. It's all good.
The bone is in the 2nd.
Be real with it.
We're gonna talk about that.
It's your canoes.
Any questions or can we move? But I will say too, the players on the prophetic stage is trining Uranus. So even though it might seem catastrophic,
right,
it's part of God's plan, and I'm sure it'll turn out to be a blessing. Ooh.
God's plan.
Okay, that's what I would say. Will turn out to be a blessing.
Yes.
All right. So now, Uranus' second house. Financial systems crumble. Economic shakeup. Electric money. Tech shakeup. Startup. Turnover. Revolutionary hostile takeovers. We're going to be seeing, kind of seeing shades of this already.
Right.
With the MIT professor.
Yeah, Clip.
Yeah. And who's Brown University?
And Brown. Yeah,
Brown. Yeah.
Like Harvard. And MIT. Rhode Island. And look. In Providence, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
In Providence.
Yeah.
They caught 22 bodies. Right?
Yes.
And out of those bodies, they clipped a big dog. And then right after that, clipped the big dog at MIT, the free energy Tesla scientist.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Right.
Because this may be a year where we see a pattern of those type of
events,
behaviors and events.
Right.
Where someone gets taken out in a wild way, and then you find out they had some important pole position in corporations and industries.
Right.
They
would disrupt us.
Hostile takeovers and startup turnovers.
Well, Venezuela, they said they're going to do a regime change, and they want to take over that region. That's what Trump and them is aiming for.
Well, we'll talk about war. We're going to talk about war, but that's not Uranus' second house.
Okay, that's not the house.
I don't see that. No. So maybe grid outages might impact the economy. Okay. And I'm making the call. April through July.
Big boy.
Earthquake watch. There may be a swarm of global earthquakes, big magnitude earthquakes in April and July. Okay, because Uranus is the shaker. It's right now, it's in the earth sign of Taurus. And it leaves July 7th. Okay, it's been in Taurus for 7.5 years. It won't be back in the Taurus for another 84 years. Okay, so when it's on that, fake degree, that 29th degree, right? In April through July, before it makes that shift, I wouldn't be surprised if it does a lot of shaking of the earth. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. So
he's on point.
Yes, sir. All right, so now mention the moon in the second house. The moon doesn't present well in the second house. Okay, second house is the house of currency. Okay, and imagine you're at a creek, right? You want the currency to always flow. When you get out in the deserts and where the candle maker, Southwest, she not here to talk. But in the Southwest are what are called washes, right? A wash is like a dry riverbed in the desert.
Right.
That if it rains, that's the path the water's going to come.
Right.
And when the water comes down a wash, it's like a flood. It's like a torrent. You don't want to be there. You'll get washed away.
Right.
Be in high ground.
But then right after the water comes, it dries back up.
During the moon cycles.
You don't want your money to be like that. You want your money flowing every day, like a stream or a creek or a river. You don't want your money to flood you out,
right?
Where you got more money than you can manage, right? And then all of a sudden you ain't got nothing.
You don't want that. But that's how the moon expresses in the second house. Because the new moon disappears. It's invisible. So that's when your money's invisible. The full moon lights up the night like day.
Right.
Right? Brings the werewolf out of us. It's like hard to manage.
Right.
That's how our money is in full moon.
Wow.
When you have a year that the moon is second house, so this is what I would recommend. Either get one of those daily astrologers or use, I know, like I've really avoided using the telephone as my astrology source. You know what I mean? But if you're into that, I get it because you're on your phone and it's I see you can do a lot with it. It's amazing all the things they got online now.
Galactic Signatures is on.
But track the lunar cycles.
Yes.
The first quarter full, waxing, waning moon and all that. Study it and journal it. When you get a big flow of money in, journal it.
Right.
When your money is like, you like in the wash.
Right.
And it's in Sedona Desert, it's
Right.
dry, and it's like,
Right.
Yeah. You see the wilting plant over dying by the rock, right? Journal it.
Right.
Because by March or April, you're going to see a cycle that'll help you get through the rest of the year.
Yes.
Okay? And the moon in the second house gives us uneasy feelings about money, insecurities about money, and weird feelings about money. Because we might feel like we're a baller, but we'd be a baller with no money. Right? We're gonna have weird feelings about money this year with the moon. Okay, it's gonna mess with our security. Like how we feel inside about money is gonna be challenged.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question?
Please.
All right, so this question comes down to the money you're talking about. We had a hostile takeover back in about 7,000 to 6,000 years that you said. Does that have to do with the pain that the woman is holding inside of the stomach connected to the rivers that are going to flow because the way the money was made through the not geoengineering, but the re-engineering, all that pain?
I'm talking about the moon in the second house.
Does it have to do with the galaxy together?
I don't know, man.
The pain that we hold within our currency, our current currency.
I can't talk about 6,000 years ago from this chart. I can't, to be honest.
Right.
I know what I would want to say, and I know what, if I say it would kind of align with what you're alluding to, would make sense. But as I'm looking at this chart, I can't make sense of 6,000 years ago and the pain in a woman's womb at that time,
And when you say you should probably try to hedge against the money being unsteady, with that moon being in that second house, would you recommend like silver being a good way to hedge?
That's a great interpretation of the moon in second house because the moon rules silver, right? And it's in the second house. So I would say, put your money in silver. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
like 100-year cup and handle pattern right now.
Right.
So thank you for sharing that.
Projected.
We all gonna cash in because you're vision.
Right. Because they reading the same charts that we
Yeah. Thank you for
they know, you know what I mean?
All right. Jupiter in the fourth house, like I said, through all of the financial crumbling,
right,
we are going to eat. In our home and domestic fronts, we'll find grace. one of the best ways to use Jupiter in the fourth house, I would say it's a time to declutter. Less is more. Get it. Less is more. Because Jupiter might bring more stuff in your house.
Right.
Right? You might have to make room for it, and you'll have to be able to organize it without living in clutter.
Right.
So you want to avoid clutter.
Feng shui.
And your feng shui, yeah, you want to declutter. Less is more. Be lessing. Be mooring comes through family, nurturance, love, and forgiveness. And it's redemption time for our bloodline.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I see. Because why? The players on the prophetic stage is trining Jupiter. Yeah. All right. So now, Mercury and Venus are in the ninth house. Getting passionate preaching. Mercury in the ninth house puts people on their soapbox. Right? And Venus is what we're vested in, where our values are, what's most important to us, right? Our passions are where Venus is. So Venus and Mercury, both in the ninth house, the year of passionate preaching, people gonna be, rah. The Charlie Kirk effect will be active this year. Like that momentum, we've already seen the event. And the momentum of that going into this year is just going to be like, holy cow. Okay? Because Mercury in ninth house is going to have ones on their soapbox. And Venus in ninth house is going to add much passion. And now, everyone's karma is going to have to run over their dogma. Karma is going to have to run over your dogma.
What do you mean by this?
You know how a car drives?
Okay.
Right? You're going to run over your karma. You're going to drive that over your dogma. Get it? Okay. Because whatever dogmas we have this year, right? Whatever religious beliefs that isn't aligned with God's plan, our 12th house, they play it from the prophetic stage.
Right.
Right? You know how Jesus talks about circumcise your heart and how Jesus served people on the Sabbath and like did things to like violate the law that the what were the boys' names? The Pharisees were
implemented.
Yeah, that's this dynamic.
Okay, wow.
Okay, with that square of planets in the 12th house versus planets in the 9th house. So our karma's going to have to run over our dog. That's what Jesus did when he was like, man, I'm going to feed the people on Saturday. I don't care what day it is. They hungry.
Right.
And I got some food. I don't care what day it is. Get out of here with that. Oh, you telling me to circumcise your heart, right? So we're going to have to circumcise our heart. We're going to have to feed on the Sabbath. We're going to have to work on the Sabbath. We're going to have to, forget all that. Right? And then some might be like, well, you're forgetting tradition. You're violating tradition. Right? But what I would also say, what it ultimately is going to mean is that your intuition and your inner spirit, like you could really do whatever you want to. Well, Rob Kuma, that's it. But you can decide to hold on to those dogmas
Right.
and those traditions, right? Or you could choose to follow what you feel is right inside.
Right.
Right? I think if you choose to follow what's right inside this year, you'll be more thankful than if you decide to
bypass
do some dogma. Like, my grandfather did this. This is what I've been taught. Or like, yeah. Like, you might end up regretting moving like that. Okay. So religion and dogma will also impact world events greatly. We're going to see world leaders acting out of dogma, acting out of old, worn out beliefs.
Yeah, old paradigms.
Old paradigms. And it's going to be a problem. It's going to impact world events greatly. Okay. And world leadership is going to be conflicted. What God is telling them to do intuitively versus their values, perspective, way of thinking, squaring. Oh, wow, it's cut off. Father time in our Father's house. Saturn in the 12th house is Father time, right? Saturn's Father time.
Right.
And we said 12th house is our Father's house with many mansions.
Right.
So,
interesting.
Yeah. And that Saturn is really the one making us have to give up this car. This dog, excuse me.
Question.
Yes, good brother.
So when you get into the Saturn, right, isn't that like Chronos, and Chronos eat his children? So you, in a sense, you shouldn't be listening to your father, it's in your father's house.
Thank you.
They passing that with the movies right now.
Wow. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's kind of like if you listen to your father, you don't get hate. So you got to be on your own path.
Yeah.
Is that
Where's Mother Nature?
So now, regrettably, I see a lot of war in this year coming, 2026. I see a lot of war on a lot of different scales. Okay? Let's talk about the scales. Let's kind of go through the scales you might see war, just to get a sense of what a year is going to be like. I think it's going to be a lot of war on an interpersonal scale. I think in our community, there's going to be a lot of fights, arguments, and disputes. Okay? And so, my problem solver red, what will be like, what does that mean? Conflict resolution and peacekeeping will be a valued skill this year. If you are a conflict resoluter or a peacekeeper, you won't be broke this year. Okay? Maybe even get your nonprofit status.
Right.
You can work for the city and, cash in.
Right.
Because they said what? What they say? The peacekeepers are what? What they say? Come on, y'all know that one.
Peacekeepers
will inherit the earth.
Ooh.
The peacekeepers will inherit the earth. Am I right?
Yeah.
All right, so the peacekeepers will inherit the earth. This is the year peacekeepers might cash in.
I see it.
Because of the fights, arguments, and disputes that are going to be jumping out. And the need for conflict resolution.
Right. And we see that going on right now. The people are saying interest and we turn that back on the streets. And then there's the people that are fighting that. So there's going to be conflict as a result of that.
So there's going to be war on the corporate level. We've already kind of talked about this a little bit. Hostile takeovers of company. Dehumanizing, I think this is a part of AI. Dehumanizing human resources management, right? A hostile work scene and like that whole dimension we're witnessing with the MIT,
the hits,
the hits.
All of the hits.
It's gonna be like that's gonna be all year. That's gonna be a new this year. At least I don't know if it's gonna be a new norm.
Right.
But this year,
gonna bring a lot of that
because Pluto and Mars are both in the 10th house, Capricorn. Even though Pluto's in Aquarius, he's in the 10th house. House Capricorn. Right? Yeah. But on the international level, war. Why? Because Mars is conjunct the Sun to open the year. And Mars conjuncts Pluto January 7th, around the same time the Sun conjuncts Pluto, which it was around that time. I'm sorry, it's cut off. I'm sorry, but I don't see the exact date. Yes.
Yeah, so you're saying in January. I know that you might have another government shutdown. Right by the beginning of February.
Well, I will say, astrologically, that would not be a fortunate time for the government to shut down. With the Sun conjuncting Mars and Pluto in Capricorn. Yeah. So thank you for sharing that. All right. So martial interactions on many scales. Okay. They're also trining Uranus in the 2nd house that we said is going to bring the economic system earthquakes, right? So all of the wars and rumors of wars and leaders and corporations just like the money grab and power grab and the fighting and all of that is going to contribute to the economic system crumbling. Okay? It's going to this is one of the last times probably with Pluto moving into Aquarius, we're going to be able to say like, oh yeah, that character in government is responsible.
And it's going to be machines after that?
Or even just like, imagine, I was talking about this yesterday. Imagine, was that Escape from Mars?
Right.
Who's responsible for shit on Escape from Mars? Let's say you're in there.
Right.
Who would you go to and hold accountable for what you experienced?
Government.
Wasn't that a corporate outpost?
Yeah, it was a corporate outpost. There was like big corporate outposts.
Okay, so who are you electing? Who are you electing?
You're not electing anyone because these are CEO archetypes.
All right.
That's the corporate structure.
And do you think, if you went to the CEO complaining, what do you think you would do?
Either terminate you, fire you, or silence
Send you back to Earth.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the era we're going to be moving into.
I hear that.
It's
the CEO archetype.
We're not able to say Trump did it, Biden did it.
Right.
Too much longer.
There's a theory, well, there's really a thought leader that they have on the far right that's very influential. It goes by the name of Curtis Yarvin, right? And he deals with and it's also
Let me just finish up. Oh, that is it. No, finish. Go ahead, Patrick. Give thanks, y'all.
Clap it up, y'all. Clap it up.
Yeah. I hope this
So Curtis Yarvin, he deals with something called a dark enlightenment. If anybody wants to look into that, they could definitely look into it. And Yarvin, Yarvin, and he deals with his
Peace, family. Peace to you and yours, brother Red Pillar. All right. This is the intermission. All right. And we have a word from our sponsors. Please join us August the 29th, which is a Saturday, in Brooklyn, New York, at Nicholas, Brooklyn, 1396 Fulton Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11216. Doors will open up at 7 p.m. and the show starts at 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. And we are so proud to announce that we have our good brother Ross Ben in the building. The 2026 prediction market from Jason to Janice. All right. He will be in rare form. We will have vendors in the building. We will have Ross Ben's books in the building. Ross Ben will be in the building delivering a lecture that you cannot miss. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this year has been very unpredictable. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this year has been very challenging to you and yours, but fret not, worry not. If you have a GPS of what the next few months is going to look like, you could properly prepare and plan. Not only can you properly prepare and plan, if you want to get into the prediction markets, if you want to put a little few dollars where your predictions are, then you will be able to benefit off of the intellect and the insight that our good brother Ross Ben is going to provide you. We are not financial advisors or things of that nature. We are prediction models. So make sure you're in the building. If you're not able to make it to the Brooklyn event, no worries. We are going to be broadcasting live. This will be available for you on the live stream. Shout out to the Patreons. We look forward to seeing you in Brooklyn, New York at Nicholas Bookstore. Peace, love, and lights.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Clap it up for yourselves, man. Y'all sat through this broadcast. This was one for the books right here, man. Shout out to everybody that was here with us. Now check this out. That QR code that you see right there, that'll get you your ticket. I need y'all to come and show some love and pull up to this event. I don't care if you on Venus or Saturn. We have the live stream. And we're going to be live in the building and whatnot, live and direct with the good brother Ross Ben. We're going to have Uncle Hank in the building, Sister Monique in the building, Sister Kafunya in the building, and everybody else that decides to pull up that's in the New York City area. This is in approximately 11 days, y'all. 11 days. If you in the New York area, the tri-state area, Jersey, Philly, Connecticut, New York City, I need you to be at Nicholas on the 29th. Doors open up at 7 o'clock and the show starts at 8. You know what I mean? And we'll also be there with Cambada. We're going to have Voltron merchandise. We're going to be signing CDs. We're going to have merch in the building. And you might get a little performance or two out of us. You never know. It depends on how we feeling at the moment and whatnot. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end this thing with a special performance of the Theta Waves. All right, we have a live performance of Theta Waves from the 8-8 block party. Shout out to Source Guard and whatnot. On 9/11, on 9/11, we are right back at it in Atlanta for the block party. And on 9/13 in Atlanta, we have the album release party, right? The album release party on 9/13. If you're outside, pull up.
3 pointers, money shots on bets, but we not jet skiing in them sunny slots. We're really edible like gummy drops, don't you stop. No weapon for the interceptor storm, my intellect is on.
Projecting on magnetic fields and interact with blacks with athletic bills. I'm all about growth and development like residents of Ebbets Fields. Not to choose between woo and chew. We wanna line them colors up like a Rubik's Cube and fade to black, yeah, the truest hue. When you say the black man is God, who you alluded to? The usual. Clarence 13X, a worthy guess. The words expressed come from the word in flesh. Elijah M, the NOI versus Leviathan. Messiah sent from the heavenly branches. 7 P's from since G-Dub cut down the cherry tree in the wilderness of North Amex. And we flossing death and forced aggression, or forced perception, forced protection, or forced confessions. It's all a lesson.
The sorcerer from Corsica. Philharmonics, sticks and drums, like a Philharmonic orchestra. You niggas still playing harmonics.
From officers, fabric softener, jive turkeys, popping 5 perkies, playing with keys, the Scotch stores type. For that soft white, we could've caught life, just being forthright. First class on my 4th flight, popping out like Fortnite. Every night we lit like porch lights. The meek shall inherit the earth, oh yeah, they're scorched type. And these niggas, they some hoes in these streets. Me, I'm 10 toes in these streets. They lost their souls, niggas got holes in their feet. Shit, I'm just worried about the craft and how to perfect it. Not worried about the craft, yeah, that's out of perspectives. Focus on the chip like I'm Robert Kraft, and then how to protect it. It's the waves of the oceans. Get to the money, nigga, save your emotion. Descendant of the slaves in the graves in the oceans. Mastermind that the waves is in motions. These niggas, they addicted to the folly, addicted to that molly. Making me a movie, them sticks made of holly. I'm Dr. Manhattan, sitting on top of Manhattan. When I get all 5 rings, snap my fingers and pop up on satin. Dressed in all black, yeah, drop top the bank.
Hey, niggas, Lions game, let's go.
Shout out to Ross Ben. Shout out to Ahku. They will be back on the show on Thursday. Make sure y'all tune in Third Eye Thursdays. Ahku, Ross Ben. Make sure y'all are in the building. Yeah, I'm talking about the return of the gods. All right. I hope y'all enjoyed the demonstration that they put on. There's a lot of gems that were dropped for all of my astrologers and my cosmo physicians. This was a present right here. Go ahead, rewind it, unwrap it, take the notes, do what you got to do. But yeah, they was dropping major jewels. So on the 29th, it will be no exception. The good brother is going to be giving up major gems. Go ahead and get your ticket. You know what I'm talking about? Go ahead and get your ticket, and we will see you in the building. Shout out to all of my Patreons. You know what I mean? I'll see y'all on the 29th. You feel me? And we'll see you as well. Peace, love, and light to the family. Stay dangerous. 1.